O God, may your spirit and guide.
Ataner muna kaligit sumayip ti kutubla pagka wagot na habaw takay kabot inyo but humili ka man in Northeast Territories ni. Amen.
Amen.
Yan, try.
Masama takon na ta. Sabak sa ko una tourism. Tas bago tap kwat sabak sat sibun muktaksat. Sabak taksak sibun mutik sagon. Tap kuno na isimaleoti manik tamengnik. Tas ba asin taman na sabak sak. Aulakit kupsak logo. Tas ba asi tap kwad no napting ne inuvialong ne itkeliniklo ikayok tiniklo da. Tas ba asin uwawon ngo no napting ne inuvialo itkelilo sibuani ittokharapta. Tas ba tap kwad daw nanirayak doktonon tap kwad tayo manganin inune ako ting matik. Tas ba tap kwalo mane kokpang melo aula blutek sunik nanirayak dokludik sunik angonir lokludik inune nakangmata. Tas ba tap kwad asin Teman naptak sibunero tigiyay tap kwat nunat mitokat nan minute inuit ilis mamayong. Tap kwat sabak sa tigon. Tap kununa, mat kununa, kilamek titigon. Takunak hiwatun ubaynak ilisaw tigiligot. Atok luget. Tap kwalo sapek sa tigiyay sibun mukta ko tigi isukluget. Tas batap kwalo aglaw yaktilo sanaw yaktilo sibun mo tigin yang matik. Tas baniteman naptaw inumwing biteman naptaw angalan mayuk taman na. Tap kwalo tukto yaktum apkuta atok lugo inuit kidulaka. Tas ba asin tas baptaw taman na kekumanak atanin yun na mitwak atok lugo. Tayo man naptaw, ilisaw tutigi matyong kang maayok sa teriblugulo no na lahat sumilika. Tas ba asin, tap ko na nga, ilisaw tuwanon, ilisak tipang nun, tas ba ilikat suniklutik, inuit, ilisaw tutigi blugo, tayo man na ilisamayaming niglo. Taman na kekumanik. Ila ilituni tayo man na sa pernay payak pagtok sibun mon alot sidik sa waksam. Taman na ilituni nunapting ne. Imalo. Suniglaka tayo matinig ikayawat sa baktuat. Turkik sa makiksiutik sa niglo sa naya mayot. Tas batap kwa takuyait ikayo katigikludik suniglaka. Tas ba mani sa baksapting ni tema ni sibun niya ko tigayait o mainom o kakatigiklugit tal kuno na awani legislative assembly sa wakndahay nilo isa maliok tayo nilo tema na sumili ka ikayok tit tamang nganunapting ng Canada min ilisak si mayok pait ikayok tigilaklugilo tema na sumili ka sibunyak tibaluit ilisaw tiyuat inungnik ilisaw tigi blugo. Tas bago ila isumati yung nik tayman na inukaktuan ni mani nunapting ni NWT mi. Ila tas batayman na inman ilisaw tigi matyung taman na atoklugit isumait inuit sabaraksat sabaktaksat sulika ilisimamatik. Tas bateman na itok nutanig lusawak ta kakamata ikayo ta kaklugit iman na Kayo magtutigot kakataw yatigullo ilisamayot sabaktiksat.
Unaptaw ka minihitawra ka munakrironik inyong nik tabraw na ilihamagput ay papagtay na ikayo niyak togo tay na taramik. Talamani ukiuni tabra kanyak to ay kuto na kanok nayak tilakrang at nagalunin kanok angalan nayak tilakrak put. Tabralo alat na ilokating ataw chikuni na tamat ko at itrikakani akakigay. Isuatan mat ko at muna kay huklugit. Hibunak po di sa magiblugo. Tabralo tamat ko at na. Tabralo kahit na kamila kawakagay na ilitso kanya ako ting kanok. Muna kilaw ta huklugit. Nalo kanok ang alalaw ta huklugit tamat ko at na inyugayag na ingmiktigun na muna kirakaktot nagalunin kanokoting tayo na ingmiktiwa akoting na alanik kinirang akoting ingmiktigun ikayok la kanya aktuting ukakte tabraptak tamat ko din na ilihimagibot talimawro ako na tabra ni agalaktak tabra nitakakit nalo mat ko at iliharaktak to tayo mapingin piyak takalugit tabra tamat ko at huli isumalugigibot pang mapaptawak dut kikane akaribon malakotaleni na hibon mun una isumatigibligit kanok hibon na kami matkwad nutakatin nalo inyuit ikayuti luting pinakrangat tam na tutkikiliw ang alan ni akikpot. Tabraptak tumatkwad na isuatin nutakakit katimaruatin pinyaklugit. Matkwalo na ataw chikon ang ayok kagurot nutakalo tabratamatkwad na muna kanya kakibot nalo isuatin ang alat siniyako tamatkwad ang alalaw ta kuklugit na inyulaw ta kuklugit humila ka tamatkwad kamilakawakto dilitso kanyaktod tamatko nga tabraptak tayo na piyakin mi dilitso kanya piyako ting kanokonak tilakrangin niya. Tabralo tayo na ingning yun, ilitso kay huhuting, ilitso kay kakanyaklugit, kay hutilam nginyik. Tabralo tayo tamani na inaralani itot. Tabralo tayo na tam na ilikamedrong, 14 ton, tabralo tayo na tunagalan. Talimat inaralat itragiblugit. Tabralo tamat ko din na nutakakay din nakatit kublugit. Nutakakay ang ayokad nutakangilyo. Ilang ilyo tayo chikin na habalait kublugit. Tabra ang ayokaguro at matko din na isuatun tao nutakatingin na muna kanya kakayat, ilihaw tinakakayat, isuatun inyot kabulugip tao. Tabralo tayo na mikiriraw nga hay, na ilihaw tihakata kami tigit pang mapagtayo na itutuli. Tayo naptaw kulit, tamat ko nga ilya kay marugot. Nitakaranig ilihaw rin niya tonik, nagaluni ilihaw tonik, tayo na ang ayokagurot. Tayo na iliyakadlarod tamat ko nga na ilihaw ti magi na nutakating. Kaya paralit kit ka tamat ko din na ilimakapagtod inyo na kanimig utok kanat tamat ko aling miktigon na ikayo niyaktod matkualoy kayo niyakto inyong nikihunigilaka. Tabalo tamat ko aptaok tamat ko ni nga no takaran ni kilihawrin niyakto dilihawrin niya kami kilihawrin niyakto din yung nun humulaka. Kaya nakapag-ukakti. Anak tao ka hunigilag habak pangnik ilitso habak pangnik minihitak unay kanok hakaw tingin ukarid lang niya kaya na ukiutwa kaman tamat ko na ho matiti ukakihugay tay na lo tabrain Inuvialuktun tay na inawaralani itot ilitsukap ka niya kakagay kanok atutik lang inyik tamat ko ni nga. Habangit tabra NWT may kakahalawa man na tabra tay na tunagalan ikayo niya kakagay. Tabalo tamat ko na. Tabalo tamat ko na. Ukto kaw tingit ay na pangmapakit na ilyakin na gutigay tamat ko nga ilitso ka damingnik. Tabalo tamat ko taon na ni po-fort delta mi tayo na taon na ni hakarok mat ko alamani inyo ni aktot yellow knife mi nagalunin hilatani yellow knife inawar ni itot. Inuvialuktun kasalinik nagalunin okrokroanik taman na pichuit kat inawaralani. Tabalo tayo na tunagalan siktitun itut tayo na tunagalan itut. Tabalo 7 inawaralani tayo na tamat kwatit na tamat ko din na krokrote ko nagaluni kasaliti ko tapertay na kuting inyo na kemaru tamat ko tam na pichuilugo February 2 ngormang 9.7 million tuntay na tunagala tamat ko nga kasalini kilo krokrote kilo atuligit chut tabalo tay na ikakakaluman na Yukon lo tamat kod lo kanya na tawlugit init kanok taman na isuatun angalat kublugo nagalunin igilawat kublugo taman na isuatun mat kwalo tamat kuning ingmiktigon habakaktot ilagilugil tabalo tay na tinagalan na tamat ko ni yung miktigon habakaktot tamat ko at pichuin bigay. Tayo na lo yung miktigon taok ataw chiko aktot na mani Northwest Territories ni kaya nakpak. You got it.
You want me to?
I gave you some there.
Uplok. Is ukhaw tigin niya kaya tap ko na. Nangitutitigon. Kasi ba? Tam tao no baksok na ukhaw tigin niya kaya. Kanokta 7 motik saat Inuit. Uvagok, uvaniklit sumigok, ila isumaluktalo, nangitawalo tamatkwat, emektigon, Inuvialuktun, tas baptaok, igluluktualo tap kununa, tas batapkwat, nuwakluk tikitin na ko teman naptaok nang itutigayait. tasva taapkuat aasin taapkuat ingat taviallaklutik inuuniaquttiniktuat qangma tasva nappait aasin inunallaaptimi nunallaangani kleitsumi taimanna isumaluutiqaqtut tasvagoq ilisimayavut maani nunaptingni nangitjutiqaqtut taimannaptaoq sumiliqa ila taaviumattamanna ayoqsautigin vealukpagaat inuit sumiliqa qangma oqaqti tasvagoq inuit isumaaluktuat immeqiyuat taimanna segaaqlugniklu tamatkunanga imingaqnaqtunik maritsemaqalungnik tasva aglaan nanginnavialuktuq tamanna inuit sapeqsautigilaqpakavut tamaita imanna igluituat nanginnaviktuq inuuniaqtuat sapeqsautigivakavut tasva ilaani taimanna ilitsoyaqput inuuniaqutiksaittut qiksiallakpat ikayuuttiqpaaluk tasva ikayuutauniaugnaqtuaq taapkunani igluksaitut qiksaallakpat taapkuat inuit sumiliqaanangittuat ila ingnerneqittauq taimanna igluqarmiut suli ila nangitjutiplugut nanginmiut inerneruallaktuat iluanuttauq igluluktut taapkualu inuhaat inunmaqit tapkuat ila sapeqsavialuktu tasva sivunmun inuuniaqatiksamingnik sapeqsaqlugu tamatkunuuna isumaaluutitigun taapiumuuna imialukkulu igluqhaqaluaqtu ilaqhaqaluaqtu ilangit ailaittut sapeqsautigiplugup uvaniinnaungittoq tasva tamaaninunami uvaniinunaptingnissumi liqhaa sapeqsautigiaqpat tamanna takumat qugaluariga uvvainatsiaq ikayoqtauyuksaqaluat lat utaqqinata tasva tamanna sivunmuutik saanik tuksiaqtunga ila taapkuallu taamnagooq apeqsuutik saqaqtoq taaviumunga sapeqsaqtuanun oqaqtiannun qoyanaini momfui that's all. Qoyanaini oqaqti ila taaviumanga tusaamaplunga naalausaqiunin taaviumani oqaqtuamin ila taamna inerneq takumayaunginermat nangittuaq niaqqumigun anniautilik taimani tuqupluni ila taimannagooq health centre-mi takupkaqtauvakkaluaqtoq tasvatualuk niaqorluutinikisian niaqawaksautinik qaitsiyauvaktoq ila taamna tekanga itqillin qaimayoq tasva aasinngor inminik ikayoqtuaq inminik uvunga qaipluni yellowknife anniarvianut ikayoqviksaminik tasva taimannagor anniaqutaaniaqquani imanna aktigiyoq taimannaptauq juicetun taimanna poptun angitigiyoq tasvaptauqoq ila taamna munaqsaqarvigni taimanna ataussimi ngitoq ataussinnarmi ingitoq apeqsuutit Carmelite men.
Kuyanak o kakte. Unap tao. Tabra una kuat ilokata ilihimagput matkot nutakati na munakarakraurut. Tabra angayokagurot tatagurot. Tabra tamatkot ilokating tayo na tamatkot na tamatkoloy na munakrirot ay mabitsuanik nutakanik. Tabra lutay na huli pang mapagtay na huli habak takawag tutay na hinik habak uktuan. Tabra lutawakit na nutakatin na kanok lutamat ko din na nutakatin na hapakaraktut na galunin patsyakaktut na ay mabiluting ay iswakto hamik ay mabiluting tabab tawak tayo na ilihimagibut ilokata tayo na tuot ilihimagibut tabalut wagut kaba mauragut tayo na munaki rakraki alawabut tamatkot mo ay na tabalut tamatkolo nutakakit nutakaurat ilokainik tamatkot muna rakraka lawabot na ito aton ang alachinik kun pirakraka lawabot. Tabalot tayo na ito aton ninyo na aktot. O kakte, tabab tao ko kwat tayo na matkot na nutkakte takangit matuma pumaklonin pimatigot tabab tamatkot nutkakte takagayt nutkakti takangit na himunmun o kaktot na galunin isoaton na ang alatsin niya aktot. Pubaklonim 19 May tabalutay na tamatkoti na lo tabra ilihimagibut tamatkot iglu kilyo kuting tabra tamatkot pirakigayt. Tabalutay na inyugaktot na nutakat ay mabingin yun pirakigayt. Tamatkot na isuaton inyunang iluting nutakangit pirakigayt ingingin yun igilukilyo mata nalo inyugaktot tabra ni iglu ni itot pimata. Tabalutay na tautsikun habang nakigati gutan ngong itswalo bagulutay na ataw luta na ilokatatay na muna kay rakragal abot tumatkot lutakat ang ayokari. Yan na. Kabatsamin. Kuyanak. Ukaktay. Tabalutay na tamatkotin na tabalutkotin na ilangit matkot o kakalang mikangit. Kabratabratawak May 19, 2021 May. Tabratamat Northwest Territories ni. Tabralutay na tutkikak na akalawag kang tam na ang alaruliti. Tabralutay na tabrataman na malakotali ako ting daman na tutkikak na piakluwi na tabratay na ang autig ibluko. Tapos tabing miktiun kawa makaw huting tawak. Tabratawak NWT mi matkot taning natin na ing miktiun tawak kawa makaw tukto kakalwal gitshot. O kakte tabratawak ko din na tabayin nyo gatot ukop to hamikat ka. Tayo naluta ba tamat ko din na tamat ko ni nga agalakruting pihuk tamingik ukto kakamagalwal gitshot. Tamat ko aptakin na nutakakit nagalunin ilagit ilokating tao tsikun tamatkuat tut uktorakaloli hangat tapkalu tabertai na tunaglani na pinyapiahlu pihuk taktingin na ingmiktigon le kawamakaw kuting uktorak ting tabaptakan WT mi taning nauro tabrunga tapkot uktorak kemalgit kay ta ingmiktigaw kuting le tabralo ukot 19th Assembly mi katimak pang mata uwani inyut nagaktungit pada okafala uktunga nagaktait pan okafalang nektunga kaya nako kakti 18 tun tatkakautini tabra ukto akemarugut tabralo tamatkot tuhahi magitka ingmiktigon nunakaw tot na ingmiktigon kabamaliw ako ting kabamakaw tot ingmiktigo ako kuting tabro na ako likrak ukto ka nelgitkat tabralo tay na tamatkot na kanya kaluit tukto akaluit kamilaki ako kaluit dito kanya ako ting kano kangalatsi humagay ta alali inyuit. Kuyanak. Kuyanak ka ukakti tabraw na tabrab tao ko ta kanya kalabot ilitso kanya kalabot ko ta munakrirod no takawranik kapita tabra kapinig na ilitsore he marunga pang mapagilitsore katka kamila hulugit ilitsore niya hulugit tabra tamat korgok tabra nutakat na mani nutakarabut Northwest Territories ni waptik kuntaw angalalabut ilokata tauchikun tabra bago tayo na ngalan niyang itsong nakalawakibot isawatun pihuhuluta tabra tam na isawaking itkigalay kuat kawamaurotin na kanok alakun tam na angalala kublugo waptik kunin na ukto hakimagalote ukto hakalawako tatamat kuningan nutakanig tayo na tigu kirchirot nagalunin inyo na ay mabichot matkot pigiblugit. Tabalo tayo na muna kailaw takalugit pihuk kalawakit ka tabra matkolo igilutigun tabra tamatkot tayo na muna kay hupiakit ka matkot igiluichot tayo na kuting ila ni hapakiralakakti nutakawramingnik nutakawrakakalwa ko tingtay na hapakiralakakti na igilunig utakirot tabalo tayo na tinagalan matko din na habaw takilabot ukto kakalabot kanok pang mapag atokalwa kapti utam na nagalun ni kanolaka tamat kuningay alla niglun ni ikayok tikrapting nigibakilak ta koyo nakpak.
Here river. O kaktingaw ba? Kaya na yun Tas ba tam na COVID nung yuwaton iliyok. Tas ba tapkot suli ilis simangit kibot suli tapkot ukot sabaktot aura judik sagat suli nakaknaktok tas batam naptok tingmit judik sait suli ili choy loangit kat suli kanoktun aura judik sangat ilana sapaqsartuat akiliusiamik suliptaoq taapkunuuna kangingittigun ikayortaksami ngiksuli sapaqsarpaktut tasva apeqsuaqaatik ilaani sivituvallaarpaktuaq tasva 2021 mon taapkunanga iglumin uvanga tasva Inuvialuillu itqilillu aullataqartuksaqarluat tasva taapkunanga sapeqsaarlutik kayutiksaangit uvaninu aullatutiksangani tingmititigun aksaluutitigulluuniin utiqtautiksainniksut imanna kayuqtauvak niaqaluartuat ilaani uvainatsia anniarutikittaqaangat sutsun piaqqualayuat tasva sapernavialuktuq taapkuat kavamatkungooq angallattaksanga aaluanga tamanna sapernaerlugu ila ikayutauvialuktuq taapkunuuna inuktigun inuit kaplerlugillu annialaiarlugillu ilaani sapeqsautigivallaarpagaat imanna akiliusia natik imanna savavingnin aipqartauaangata aimayuat taimanna taamnanuveqluq taimanna nangitsutiivagaat taapkuallu ilaani isamaaluun taapkununga nutaaqariinutikilaoqaanga taimanna ajornartuq ajoqsautigilqmattung taapkuallu savaktut ilaani inmikun ajoqsautarimmatsuk taapkuat savaktut Qoyainainni Heriverman Great Slave Lakeman Ovlugoq March 31 migo taapkunungaptauq Transgender Day ila taapkununga oqautiginiaqaat sujjutaittimik isimaaluk naituakku taapkunuuna taamna oqausaramatuk taaviumanga Rachel Randleman taapkununga tuqaaqtisimayoq transgender kunnun tasva LGBT kuttauq taapkuat ilaani ajoqsautigavangmattung aklaan taamna ubluuterlingniaqaat tasva aasin tasva ilaani uqausaralloqayuin matigik tasva aasin tasva March 31st tasva taamna sivulliq 2009 mi aasin taapkuat inuhaat ilisaututigiblugu ilisaalaqpagaat inuhaat taapkuna Rainbow Coalition taapkunuunaptauq tuqaaqtisimayoq transgender kunnun tasva iluatun inuuniarviksamingnik LGBTQIBS taapkunanga inungnin tasvaptauq kinguvakkut tasva ilisaqsimayaqput taapkunu savaktaksaq nutaqqanin inuhaanik aasin tasva ilisaututigiblugu atautsimi sivuaanaittuami atautsimi qatigiklutik inuit sutjutamikkun taapkuat ilaani taapkunaliptauq taigoqvigni taapkuna tuqaaqtisimammattauq tasvani library inniarmimmataptauq taimanna kasoqtaungittamik tasva taapkualu mosaic-mi taapkualu ikayoqtauyo savaktit tasva taamna ikayo angarmiyaat ikayoqtauniarmaat miyuat uvagoq nunaptingni Thursday migoq tasva transgender day niunerpat taapkununga ilisaututigulugu tasva oqausaqaniagait oqarlugu tiglu taimanna sutjutimikkun tasva ila taapkununa savavialuktuat angiyumik members oqaqtingit frame lakeman
qaydaqqa uqana umuminga oqautigillangialiittiga Tabra na Cam Lake min ako 900 ton 2003 mi 900 kyak na no kalaw ti mi kanguna. Tabra na na itok. Tabra lo tay na kanok tamat ko din na titirniak pitigit. Kanok tamat ko din muna kayo krad no takat. Nutakkat daw kay Inuvialuktun tamani ili magibot kanolo tayo na yung may uwaptik ko tayo na munak rin niya kalawak tamat ko ding miktikun munak rin niya kalawak tagalan alanik ikayok taka niya nakirot ublupak tabala mani ako lirugot ka na tamin na tamat ko din na MLA guro din pigiblup daw. Tabalo tayo na ingilakan tayo na pigalawak tot. Kanolo tamat ko din na alla ko nagalunin aban mo na ikayutin niya kalawak to tap to muna. Tayo nalo tabalo taman naptaw ka lang ko kami munak rin yak nutakanik. Tabalo tayo na tunagalaan habak para kalawak tilugit. Tabalo Canada mi mani ikakakalago na nakakpagput. Tabalo tayo na tamat ko din na ilihimag tuha karakay but mat ko tanong ito kakamata. Kanakalugit tamat ko mo na kanya takrat nutakkat mani nunapting ni. Mani luni nunakak pang mi na nutakkat Inuvialuktun tamani Inuvialuktun ilihimagibot kanuto nagalan muna kainikun tutkikaw lugutam na malakot alayak nagaluni na mani Northwest Territories ni Kuya Nakpak. Kuya Nakpak, frame like min. Nahande min. Kuya Nakokakte. Tabra una, okakay. Una, pog.
Some willows after the rain.
Dam nagok mani yellow knife me nilangayan animayo. This was 12 years old when the Elisak Simayok at Kellett.
Utakanani tabra tam na inyunak himarako ang urayak na piyaminik pirakaga tamani inyuniakat ini. Tabra lutay na tata ni piga tabra wangay na hekumik kivinga nagaluni tabertay na honi tabo nga awlaw tiblugo okaw tira kaya tabertamat god na kano kanyune ako timikilihaw tihimagayt aglan Fort Smith mukuniya hiniliha kaya aktuak tam na tabertak tam na natunagalan na tabatap ko gilakatik ka ili tamat ko ni nga kulak to ako ni ngilakar ko kanyuni kami malong nig nukalong mingnig tabara ama ako ni tamani pisikutaw ti himagay humuntikin niya kaming tayo na alamun inimun tabarap to Inuvialuktun nigok tabra Inuvialuktun tam na ang urayak isumagayago tiga tam na palihim ang kuni isumalakalwaktak atatang ni biblugit tabra nga palihim ang tunga tabra tayo na tunagalan tabrang nachi kami iliha kaming mini tabra 2014 mi tabra tayo na tunagalan na tabra time na 2017 mi Tabalutai ni tabalunga kutsiktoani ilihakaya na utiligitsok kutsiktoanin ilihakabingyun. Tabalaptawak chim oka tabalaptawak na akanaw siya kami nagalunin ulit kami. Tabalguwak tam na nutakaramik tuk hintay matigo ako tik. Tabaltam na tatanga tabaltap tuma nagalunit ispitsak tawra kigalawakat kanokovichok. Utok kanat kanokovichok kakagat. Kayo nakpat. Pulaktua nik maunga hiwan niya papting nun kaya nakay kafe maunga. Sabi ko at ilokanik maunga pulaktua kaya ifi kaya hugurugut bagut init kain mata maunga nalagtua kaya kuting. Tabra kaya hugibut tawak tayo na tawag to kaptigitin na mga pulaktot. Tabra tawag ko at matkwatin na Cam Lake min. Kaya nak ukakte. Tabra na una inyong nik ikayo roak minihitaw ako na ukakadigil apeksulakal lang niya kaya kanok matkot nutakat kanok malako talayang itpat. Tabralo tawak tamatkot na ilihimagibot ilinyugektot nutakat 98% dun ilang na ilihimakpagkalawak tut niya kanok hunik hapekrawar laitchut aglan pang mapagtao kinyugektot tayo nito naglan in mute hapekraktot. Tabalut tayo na tamat ko din na ilahak taktot ang ayok hangin yun piyaklugit ilahak titakangit. Tap ko tao kuli pang mapagka isumarutin na ing miktigun isumakaming tayo na tunagalan. Kanok habaw takanya kaptigo tam na isuatun pinya kaptigo. Kanok ulugo tam na isuat kinayak pitigo. Tabarlo tamat ko tawag nutakat mani Northwest Territories ni inyalat isumagigibot. Tabarlo ilitsokirak tugod, ilitak tugod tamat ko nga kanaka tingnik. Tayo na tawag kanaka tingnik tabar ilihaw tirakay tigod. Tabarlo tam ko din na iligat una. Tabarlo tamat ko din na kanaka taman na malako talaya kakpi hitap timinga nutakanik mo na karinya kamik. Tabalo tayo na April 2021 me. Tabalo tayo na ati hiniyaktok tam na okauting at tayo na lo tabalo tam na tawak tabalo tam na lo na isumatigibot nagalunin kano hakaw tigi niyak tilakra nga ma tayo na ukapikro kalakit ka nagalunin litakap kalaw luwi tamat kina. Tabalo tamat ko din na kanok 92 mi na Inuit matkolo taning nat tayo na inyugektot na munakrihurat tamat kuning isuak kinyakurot ilihakak taktonik ang yukangin yung pekliwit. Ungahiktuamun aulaqtot. Tabalutait na tabalutawak tamatkodit na pigo mangidikut matkot akanayat nagalunin tay maktaktot akanatait na piyak lugitait tamat itluing kibutawak tamatkot. Tabalutawak tay na nutakakit na isamagiblugit nutakkat mani tabalutay na hapakanyak inyuni akon atok himagat tabalutakin na inyuitin na tay naptakin inyuni akimamit hapakrakot inyuni akanimik tay na kanak April 2021 January 22 Taba 52 kaya na ilitsarap kaneakluitin na tutrik kaneakluitaman na angalanek nitakatigon nagalunin inyo angayokangin tigon. Taba tait na tabalutay na ilitsara niya kimagayt, kamilakawak kimagayt, ilitsara niya pa ako tikanok ikayoko niya tilakraming niktamat ko nga. Tababtawak tayo na kanok. Tababtawak kuya yak paraligit kayo ko, di kayo inyak to, ikayo ihuro din yung tabalutam na o kakal lang neri kigay na hapek yung hapek tap ko, ikayo ihuro inyong ninihitangit, nalo habak parak to, tamani, tamat ko na ni habak kimaroti na ilihimarugot taba nutakat mat ko tangungit shot taba 1,000 tunkiak taba ilihimagay tayo na mo nakikangit tutskik kakanayak lubit inyo na kaningit taba lutay naptawak taba mani Northern Territories ni matkod nutakat inyalat habaw takiblugit. Tabalo tayo na alagig to din na ila ni alaging ni kun tamat ko nga inyo na kemarot. Alaging ni kun na ilibit alaw rutiak to atikon. Tabalo tayo na makibliting na tayo malaya ko ting marahimaslong ni tabra ato ko ting. Tabalo tawak una. Ilihimarugot tamat ko nga ano takanik. Ilihimarut mat ko at habak tit. Kano to nagalan mat ko at nangito at ilihimagay hapekrak to at inyo na akanimik. Tabalo tam na ibo na kayo puto na. Tabalo tayo na piyak kong iligot ang ayakangin nin. Unap tawak inyo na akanek. Inyo na akaning at tabra tawak. Tabra alang ko kakamiok taman na inyo na akanek. Ing miktigo ninyo na akaning at. Tabra una hibo na kayo put. Mani Northern Territories ni matkod pigo managihi. Iswatun matkod ang alaruting at ilihiyong. Tabalutam na tugulea huli, pihuk takpot. Tabalutay na matkod ikayo niyak to, ikayo urot. Inyong nik, minihitaw ro ako na tabat ko at pigo matkongit kibut tamat ko at tayo na abo nga awlak tinlugit na galunin ikayo ko lugit tutkik ka na patigit ninyo acting. Tayo na lo tamat ko nga ilakilat kurut. It na mani ay mabingan ni Northern Territories ni tamat ko nga napait kurut ikayo ikayutik ranik tayo naptawak tayo na tainaptauk tamat kodit na kansak tot nagaloni igilun tigun tauk igilungit tauk tabar na pimat igilu ngitigun na pigo matkongit kay tamat kod na hatakrak tot igilu iliyak tot 33 ton inawar ni itot tabalo na tamat kod na uwanit ay nahabag tot umat ko ni nga malakotali oktod lo habag tolo tamat ko ni nga napait kurite na ikayutik siyang inyik mat ko din yun aktot tamat ko alo tayo na ilyakilalo ting humulaka tayo na tabap tayo tam na inuitit na hebon neoktit o kalaw tilaw kit katap tamat ko ni nga tabag ang yokagurot tatagurot tamat ko dilokainik inuit ilokainik ilitsukit kugit ka tayo na ikayo kablugit tamat ko nutakat inyalalo tabaloy na inawar ni ito tayo na ataw chikon inabag ataw chikon habag tot nagaluni ataw chikon katimarakak tot tapolo tamat ko din na ikayo hurat tamat ko dahil tamatay na tabalo tam na tayo na 10 ngurok tayo na nakukangat tabalo tayo na tamat ko tayo ka ikayo hurat inyong nik ikayo hurat inyong nik ikaton ang alachit kugibot tabap tak tamat ko tuli tap ko nga utilag na akto nga ikayo hurat nik inyong nik minihitaw rak tabalo tayo na ikayo lugit tamat ko ikayo kramatan tam na tak 12 ngo kihitsiti nga 12 ngurok tabalo tayo na ataramig tayo na muna kalugit ilitsura niya kalugit kanok kamilaki ako lugit nalo ilitsura piya kalugit kanok ang alatsim magayta nagalunin kihimikayong chut na tamat ko nga ang alatsi kaming tabalo 14 ngurok na tabal tamat ko tuli tabal tilali chunga tamat ko nga ikayo huranik inyong ikayo akta tangit tabal tayo na tam na malakotali akit tok tabal ni ang ayok hagurani nutakani tabal tam na malakotali akit lihi magikput tabal tayo na tabal 16 nak tamat tabalup tak tamat ko din na tamat ko nga utilal gitsungan tabalu tayo na ikaya ko lugi tamat ko din na ingmiktigun kabamanik pata ikaya ko lugi nagalun ni no couching itigun naganutakkat ilakay nig tayo na ataw chikuak to crowd inyugak to tataw chikunit na habalahit kabulugit. Tayo naptaw kulit tamat ko din na ikayurot pigigit ka at aramik tayo na ikayurot inyong nik tabertap ko at kihiming na munakrilaro tamat ko nga. Inyong takakainik 18 kam naptaw pihuk takpot tabertap tayo na ilitsakilita ilihimata na kanok ang alan niya ako tikranginik nalo malakotaliak tanik tayo na tinagalan ikayok takrarot tabralo bagutin na tauchimito aguta katimarit bagut tabralo tayo na mani Northern Territories ni takakay Tabapta Great Slave Room tugulakanga dahil na tamatgot kulat ka ilit kugit ka tubunga kaya nakapagkukakti.
Taigok tangat kang titayok aglang negat asin tigumerlugulo inagamit ko kang titayok iga stop ko na nga report natakat ikayo taoyot nutarinon tap kuno na asin tigoyaw man atoktaw man tap ko na nga nutakakainin sa baktinin tap ko at kitkod angakpat kitkod na agakpat kitkod asin tamanin na alakpat. Tam na tigumertaoyak. Report tigumertaoyak. Tap ko ng asin tigumayat sanayak taksaktik. Kamlake o kaktingat. Tas baasin dam naptaw dam na ukaw sa subsarmiga dabi mga 26 tap ko na nga katimayinin tap ko na nutak katigon nutakain tiyulo ukaw sa kayak tap ko na tap na isumali ako tiksangat kaya na ini Kamlay ko kaktinga. Iya. Dam na asin o kausik ipsang na amaw. Tapos kangak titaw yuksak tabi muna. Tusama yaksad ublok. Kaya nagakpag. Takumangit kakan. Tasba asin. Tasba tap ko nga. Kahit daw naktok sa baksa nga tap ko nga. Tap ko na nga asin o kaktaksak staning kamende. O uwa apaksodit. Ang daw ibat mamfrik dam na o kaktinga daw. O kakti tapos ila sapaksaktot iglokak tuksakalot tamatkwat at sapaksaktot sigarlok or imektigolo igluilit sapaksaktot igluitot Tagi maokaktik sa Health and Social Services ikayaktingat ilisa mayugot kakti uwa ni 19th Assembly tapkwat suang tiksainik talbata kumayabot sa tiksat inuniaw tiksailo iniksailo tapkwat tutkiksaok tuat inusimikot tapkwat uwa tasba nganin tap ko tutkiksak tutkiksautigiai taapkununga inuillu itqilillu savaktaksaitigut taaviuma toaqtitaksat ikayutiksat tasva aasin taavikkuat sannaiyaqtaat taamna December mi anisimayat tasva aasin qlitsu mintaaq sitamaniktaaq oqausilaanginnik qaipqaqtaummiyoquvaptingnun tasva taapkunanga savaktaksat aasin tasva taapkuat takunearaat atauseq taamna iluarigumikku akpautiaksaq savaktaksat Momfui Taviumagor Health and Social Services angeqtauniarpauk otakuorniarpauk taapkuatut qiksarviksangat sapeqsartuat imiqtigullu igluilitaujuat taapkuanngor inuit igluqpaksangat tasva atauseq ilisimayarput NWT mi uvanijalunai miittoq aglaan inugiaktitaarlugu igluleqsimammattung uvani tasva aasin taapkununga imingayuannun inuuniarutiksaitigut tutqiksautiksaat aglaa tasva aippaaptauq ilisauqtuanun Minister ngok uma uqarniarpaung ikayutigivialuglugu taapkununga ikayorniarpa taapkununga nunallaani savaktinun taapkununa ikayutiksaitigun nunallaaptingni inuutainnun equyanainni mamfui social services atanaqpanguva oqaqayaquva tasva oqautigivaqlugu nalunayaqlugulu taiguaksaq ilitsoriptauyoq taapkununa iglutigun ikayutiksat taapkunungalu Inuvialuit Regional Corporation uvanilu Salvation Army kunili and taapkuallu sabautigimait samunleqa taapkununga taima aasin savaksanginnik taapkuasannaaiyaimayut ikayutiksamikkutli nunallaamingni mamfui oqaqti ila nuvaqluk manna qangma tasva uvagut kavamapta nalunaaiyaimayut taapkununga ikayutiksaitikun tasva social services ngok uma uqautigillavau taapyumuna sumi inman sutigulluuni taapkunaniluni qliitsu ila igluqpaksainik ikayutauiksanik social services qoyanaini taapkuat uqaqatigi iingneariga Minister of Housing uqaqatigineaqa qoyanaini apeqsuutit tatsumin qoyanaini
matkotil ayani taktiliaqtaquurit naagaluni munaqrirun pulaaquurit kulere ako ting kanaraw timingnig annelu timingnig tam na apekrola ki munakre hurok nalo ikayo hurok inyong nik minihitaw rock tabap tok tay na NWTM tuharak tungo tay na aktonik tabaloy utok natin na ikayo tikrangin nik idi marunga tabap tachomi tabap tay na hinik ikayo niya akto tay na fitkit mik tanik at chaklugo. Tam na lutay na tam na cancer annelun mamilaylak mamitsyarilak ila ni tamat ko nga ukto ka kapta na agalo ni litso kanya kapta tamat ko din na tay naktot na mat ko nga kutsik to anong ilitsarap kayo niya kata ilitsarap ka kanya akluwit kami larok ti takluwit ilitsarap ka kanya akluwit kano kayo ti krangin nik pimata kuya nakpak pakirutak pa huli dachomin ukakte kuya nakpak kiula ka mga tabalagtok tamat ko din na unap tao ka isumati kapkoy na tao ka utak ka na din na tao tuga aklugit tabalani ka timabingit malakoyak sisa manilyo ni tali manilyo ni bulagtak himagit katapkot minita ko na tabra kanok tamat ko di na ikayo tikrangin nik pihuwatigit kinailit sarap kakawat rung kita humun awlalamagan kaya nako kakte tabra taktay na hibon mun awla ilitsure pa kuktuanot tay na hinik pimakaktuot tay na munakrawad na lungitsut munakrawad matkotit na bulak takogay ilitsure niya paklungit kanok kayo niyak tilakramingnik tabalo taktit tamaw nga pulag takpata ilitsure kakogay taktit mat kuno nga taktit nung tao to kublugit. Tamat kolo na munakrawal tabrani habak to atin nalo pulag takoting pulag takin niya ibut inuit na matkot munakrawat inyong nun inuit matkot kantakak to dilitsura uklugit na galunin kutsik to anin taktit nung tao to kublugit. Kuya nakpak. Tabraw na pakrutiga una kiulaw tingi chung naka. Tabalo tayo ni kakang naktok man na Northwest Territories ni tayo nakaktot. Kanakalo tayo na aneluktot na talimay ang ngorman kehenik tabra ilitsura niyak takting na ilitsura niya katakakiyat. Tabrawa ilitsura niya light cut. Utik takoting tabrunga munakraran na ilokakti tayo na munakrarat anektonik munakriliting. Mat kuningaloy kayok takakoting tao hiyong itsok tam na munakrirak inyugak kayok takaktok tam na munakrak. Unaptaw ka sa ikaye hurak minihitang at una inyong nik. Tabraptaw ko na kansaktat milong miktiun nagalunin alla kun na kansak takto din na ilitsura niya ribut. Ilitsura niya tin yun. Wagut ilihimagibut tamat ko din na ilitsura kaming tayo nakto amik inyong mik kansak to amik tabra tayo na tamat ko nga ilitsura niya pa ribut. Tabra tak mo nakarara tayo na itut. Tabalo tayo na ilitsura niya pa ako ting ilitsura kami ngahin. Tabalo tayo na tamat ko nga awlak ti tsugay na galunin takti ng kamilreok ti tsugay kanok itilangit na kun kansak magayta. And the blitime ilihimarugot inyuyak to ni tabra tayo na kansak takto ilihimagibut mani. Inuvialuktun. Tabab taok tamat ko dit na ilihimagibut tayo na tundagalan kanakulo tayo na akililay chut ilitsukip kakanaktut. Tachumin. Kayo na wakakte. Nanihita ko na kakiula mga uminga. Tabraw na ilitsura pa ako kiga. Ilihimagit kamat ko at muna karawatin na ilihaktot, ilihakamarod, ilihimagit ka. Tabraw ta ako wani haba na uti kama in hibon niyoktin ngo kama tabraw tamat ko at na ilitsura niya ka taramik. Tayo na tabra tayo na ukakayakilit kiga. Kape kwakpik tayo matalima kwakpik na galunin inyuyak tapte mga inyuyak tonik tayo na apaksuraka kakabik na galunin na kanokonak tilak sa nga tapte mga tam na tabra kanok na tilak nga dito ka pero tunga yellow knife mito nga tabra tayo na ilihimaro nga mani itkaloak nga mani yellow knife mit itkaloak lungan tabra tamat ko nga na ilitsura niya aktot matkot na isotun ilitsura niya lahit kugit ka inawalani. Kuya nakpak. Unap tao ka ikayo ihuro akin yung minihitak. Tabap tao tamat ko din na aneluktot. Aneluktot din na muna kay hugibot. Tabalo tayo na mikirani inawra kaktit mat ko munakarirat. Tabalo tayo na manitot, yellow knife mitot. Tabalo na okalaw tilaw kiyaw na apakrirak. Tamat ko nga. Tabalo tayo na pilaw tangin matigit inara ni matkwat mo nakarirat itot nagalunin kanok titaw tisangin ni gilit sa kanya lawkit ka. Tabalo tayo na tamat ko din na apakruta kaktit makperani itot apakrutangit. Kaya nak cam like me. Kaya nak okakte. Tabraw na minita ka apakirlaw kiga. Tabraw tayo na ay mabingning niya. Na ikayo ihurot matkot apakirlaw kiga. Tabraw minita muna ay kayo ihura minyong nik. ilihema bauna nagaluni nalungit pa uminga ilitsure pala kuwiga kaya nakapakluta ka tabatam na kiwa tabrama kiwniya ka minihitawra milihaktoni tabrana tabra tauchukuni na katimaraktot ECE tabrani matkuala munakrirot nutakkanik la munakrirot matkuala tabra tauchukuni na katimarakakurut tabra lutay na kanok itilakramingnik na angaw tikramingnik nagalunin kanokakaw tikramingnik ilitsokanyaktik tabrani katimarakakaming ECE tabertamkot munakrihurot na ikakakalaman na minihitalo kihulakaki taberni habaktot taberni litsokanyaktik nagalunin tayo nakuting katimarakaktot ilitsokanyakting iling mingyon taberlo tayo na habak lalo na revlugo kanok habang magaita Cam Lake Min kuya nakapagkakti tabar tam na minihita ko na kuya nak yung mga tapti mga aglan alamik huli uminga pi ilitsura huktunga tabar tamat ko nga malako talenik ko kalawa minihitawra ko na Mani Northwest Territories ni kanuhinik malako tali akakpat tam na tawak muna karawrok ilihaktonik nagalunin matkuni nga isianinik tanik tin pirakiyait kanok kayo ihuranik inyungnik kanok lo tamat ko din na kanito nagalan akili ako magaita na akili ako magaita tamat munakrirot nutakkanik nakilo alanin kinyaranik pinyaktilakraming nikilitso kanyakaktot tahit na tabra uminga ukwat na isumati himo na kagibot ukwat kanok ikayo ikayutikranik nagalunin ilya kanyaktot na kanok kautikranginik tamatkot munakrirot nutakkanik tabalutay naptawkit na ukautikaptigit ilimu ko ting ukautigin niya krangat ang yokawurot tawkit na ukautiblugit na tamat kwalu tawk tabra kanok akili kanyak tilakrangit munakrirot tapkot hapukut sa kakagayt ang ayokangit na nalop tabalot tawk tayo na ayokawurot tayo na ingming yun na tutiblugitam na akiliyong tingat ilingin yun tabak tayo na tinagalanin na kanito nagalan akiliyuhak tilakrangin dilitso kanya kakibot ilihima na 30% tun ilan ni agiliblugo tamat ko na ay tso kakibot kinyaranik munakrim matay nitakkanik kuya nakokakte tabrap tao kilangit Inuit Mani Northwest Territories ni matkot nitakkanik ka munakrihurot tabrap tao kilangit man na akilyon nakuarangit kat nagalun isoarangit kat taamna taveelitsuqihuglugu pilyak aperuuttarillakkara quyanaqoqarti taveelutaiitnatunagalaan tamatkuati nailitsuqaniapiaqavut qanutunagalaan akiliarin lam magaita tamatkuat munaqriruat nutaqqanik matkalu munaqriruat nutaqqanik qanoq akiliutiksranginniki na ilitsuqillarut ilihimarut tautsikuni na katimaraqaqutin ilitsuqaniapiaqutin qayanarpak qayanaqoqarti tavrap tawukkuati na pillanik mik peqaruming nutaqqatimi nutaqamitigun tavalup tawqtaitnatuna matkuati na munaqrinikun nutaqqanik tamatkuninga pillanimik peqqarpata nakuullaaqiva tava kavamaurut qutsiktuani kaanatami ikaaqaaqalugununaaqqiqpak ukuallu maani Northwest Territories ni kavamaurut tava tautsikun tawaqavaqatigiingmiut taitnaptauqilitsoqaniaqotik January, February, March mi tavaptauqilitsoqaniaqotik gimmikkangatamna ilihimarugu tavataitnatunagalaan munaqriruat ilihimaniaqtuat tutqikkainiaqtuat malerutaliortuat tavatamatkodiloqating taamni nalumqi ringitkaat tavalutam tamatkodili na havaqatigilugit itnailitsoqaniaffaaqilgut
Tao una apaqsuutigineariga manneqiyumun taapyumun taapkuat savakvit Union Northern Workers kunnen ilani savaktit inukli mataqangma taapkuat tauqa sibunniortuat imanna imannaptauqa sivulliortitaapkuat Inuit satqaanni uqaruyuat qayanaina taapkunanga union kunnun uqauseriariimmanaktarput taapkuat kidet at sabagbiginearpatsuk taapkuat agla taap na maligaleaq social services health and social services tauq uqqaqatigimmatsuq tasva kitu atorniarpayuk ikayuutiksaq maligaleaq maniktortuaq tasva akkiliusiatigun tasva taamna taavyumanga nalunayaqtaat taapkunanga ikayuutiginearmayuk taapkuat tasva savaktiksamingneq qineramik tasvaptauq taapkuat maligaleaksamikkun tamaita uqaqalaitkika aglaan uvva taapkuat savaktuat sivunniorutiksamikkut maligaleortit taapkuat uqaqaniarmatsuq ila taimani ilani inuklimata health and social services workers inukliuat taapkunani sivulliutit sivulliqpaamik savaktiksat isimaliortigigaangatsuq maligaleat sooruq taapkuat kavamat ukuat emanna sivulliunginaqpat emanna akeqqeqtui simaittamik ila tapkuat union ko taimane September me tasvatapkuat isumaliotigiyaqaluangat tapkuat kitulluaq maligaliuqtangit kitulluaq savaktiinut tuaq tisimayaqalua ila tapko malquk health essential service manneqillu savaqayak tat ilani tasva maligaksaitigu tapko savaqsimayut aklan ila maninautiksaitigullу ukunangallu tapkuat takamavlugit sulluaq maligaliuqtaksangit maliqqayaksait savaktiita tasva tapkuat savaktingit taimannaptauq savakkaangata sannaayaqtuat maniliuqutiksaitikun tasva ilaani summata savaktit maliguliuqtiksait taaq maliqqayaksai sannaayaqlugit annialaqaik pataluunniin maligaliuqtaksait tapkuat sannaayaqmatik tasva sivun muutiksaq tamandoqaqtaqsaq Remember Great Slave Lake ila tasva kayaqsamayaymanna ikayorniaqtut maniliuqpaaluqtut aglaataimanna itussaqangitut sivun muutiorniaqtut naga ila sivun muutiksaqaluaq taamna ayoqsautingit Inuit maniliuqaluaq manunniin maneqpangmik ta naagay salva tapkuat aglaan igluillitaukkang mataqhangma sumiliqa savaktik samingneqpaqit sigaluaqlutik qoyanainni taamna sapiqsautigivialukkaat qangma ITI ila tapkunanga sapiqsautiksatigun talva sapiqsautigiyaat tapkunanga nutaqqiqhiyinnunlu tapkulluuna munaqsiksaitiglu naagaluunnan tapkununga igluillitauyuannun sumilliqa nunaptingni maani tasva taamna savaktiksaq taamna atanquyangat housingni uva tasva paqinniaq simagikput qanoq nakuat qiyagun sabautiksaaqput nunallaani qanoq sabautiksaa sutigulluunnin qanoqluunnin Inuit itjusiitigun quviarmataluunnin quviasaaqutiksainnik ikayuutiksakkun Great Slave taika ila utimun uqallautigi sukkigataamna tapkunanga union tasva choqasimayaa tasva atuusaq apaqsuutaat taamannaptauq taimani ukiaksami tasva tusaamayaqa tasvuuna taamna apaqsuuti uqausigillarniaqpauk taaviuman tasva government ngoq tapkuat union uqausigillavattung tasva taamna sooq sapiqsautigineqpayuk suna tusaangineqpayuk qinen ila uqaqatigiekpakaluanni taapkunuuna savakkamik qanoq savautiksammikkun ilisautiksainnikta avanmun savaqatigit tasva aasin taamna maliqaliaqtaksaqaluangat maligaliuvialungitkaat tasva Tasba ukakatigi kaluaktot. Ang igliyong miglulunin maligalok taksak damna sabak tilangat malik taksat. Alisin tasba damna sabang vialungit kat. Kayak siyalokpot aglan kanok dun. Akiliw siya sangilo sanayak semal ukakayak sutiglo tapkuat tapkuat union ila ukakabigil ukausakingit ukaktaksalo agad ubang ukausakingit kigalone tapkuat ilmikot isumalioti matang tapkuno na tapkuat ubane seven mo tiksak suna isa maleo tiksak ang Inuvialuktun tasba ikayo tiksak kon akpaw tiksay tikon sabak tiksak Inuvialuktun isa maleo ko tiksak apakso tikak pa tapaat sa men kaya na ini tasba ukakto mi akko khele meitit kullo tapkuat ap
Mani Northern Territories niya ko apakirutakadla ka na. Una Northern Territories ni kabamaurat o ko atit kagirabati taning nat. Kaya nakpag o kakti. Premier guro ko na. Tabi wagut tawak Northern Territories ni. Tabi tawak wagut una malakot aliyani inmiyok ilikak po tam na kabamanguktot na ingmiktigon kabamanguktot. Man Northern Territories ni kabamarot. Tabi lutay na matkwadit na ilang ikihenik pila kabatigit. Nagaluni nilokanyik na atawd luwit kabamanguktot ingmiktigon even ingmiktigon kabamanguktot itkagirabatigit unaglan tabi 22 ton itraktam na malaw talakpot tabi lutam na ilirakpot ilihimaraktole alango ko na yung itikpot sa patsa na tabi premier una kakalaw paong una kabamaurot mani Northern Territories ni NWT tabi tap kodit na ang tikrangat taning nat ingmiktigwak dot tabi tok tayo naptawak tabi habakatigim himagit katap kodit ingmiktigwak dot taning nat ako likra nga una pekruta nga tabraw ko at tabraw na at ako likra kay bawang una ang tigi bawang nagalunin kanok isang matigi bawang una ingmik tigawag to ko taning at tabraw na ublo paglunin, ubla kuluni tam na ang tigihikput nalop tabalo tayo na ito naglanin na ilihim magiput tam na kano ko na ako tilakrak put tamat ko tabi kagiliwi taning nat tapatsa min ako likrak Without me. Kayo nakakakte. Tabaw na minihitamon. Apakita lang na kayo na yung kanok matkot bubaklo ko nek una ilihimay put kafe ni ukiw ni malrong ni ukiw ni atukakpot. Tabalo tayo na matkuningaan lang o kabat matkot malakot aliyabot. kanolu tamat kotit na kawamaurat mat kotit na himmauhid lavatigit kano malako talewit hiwani tapti mang kota puvaklakonim taimaakti takmatigut taimani allangor lavati tamat kot namani Northeast Territories ni tabralutait na August ni tabralupi hivoni August hivoni tait na kamagalo aktogut agilan tam na malakotali akaktugut tapto mga okauti ni kaptigo mani Northwest Territories ni nunapting ni tabralutait na tabratamat kodit na malakotali at okauti lakabut okakati kapta tabralutait na utakingit kikput pang mapak here for South me kaya na ko kakti tam na tabra okay kaptigo December mi okay kakput tabralu una ilichore follow hlu tutkikiligo ilichore kuwalo aktunga islotun tabra kafit inuit utakpat hawaming yun tam na pening man puwakloko na pier man kaya na ko kakti tabra tamat ko din na ilihimagibot kanutinagalan na kutsiktot kawamarot na ingming tigaktut kanuhinik ka kawakaktot na January 31st mi nunguman January tabra ilichoy kabut tabertay na kanutinagalan ilaw rakaktot matkot tay maktut ang ayakait tabra taktay na natunagalan ito 17 ka inuit habag tot aglan nakilik kimawa kay tataramik tabaluta tamat ko pigiblugit iglaw ningit humun iglaw hakpata tamat ko tak muna kamigait tabaluta tay na kanok na ukto aktilugit matkuni nga pimamagata puwaklo nimik kaya nako kakti tabraw na minyitam una kiulawa nga uminga tabralo tayo na alango ko na aktilakra nga man na hawakon nagalunin gilaw ni kun tabra apakita kalyakigaw na kaya nako kakti tabrao takit na ilahama pang mapak alangok takanayang paluk kibut pang mapak aglan alangok roptigoit na ilitso kanya aktuguduwapting ilokay ilitso kanya kaya tamap takit na hagver kanya put kanotila kranga tabalo tay naptawkin na matkot o kakatiga ka nagit hawak tuat hawangi tigun o kakatiga ka nagit yung alangulay kikputam na tabalo tay na tabraptawk waptik kunit na ikatun ang alatsuklo itam na pigikput tapkap tabay na ikatun ang alatsukluit pivut alango na kibut o kakatiga ka na gitamat ko at hawag tuat hawangi tigun tabralo tamat ko at kabloktat Northwest Territories ni ikakaklugo man na nakakpagput Tabalutay na aulaktot na akilakalawakan nating na kanok. Tabalutay tamat ko na pitkongi hangit kawamat matkot kutsitoni. Tabalutay na kanok ting kiliwaya kalawakating igilaw lakak patam na ituiyak naklugot tabra apasuta kaya ko yun nakpag. Tabap ko dilitsoy kapke. Tabap tam na ilitsoy rogo tap ko na tamat ko kinawala kirit. Hibo na kay tam na ilihimagat kihiming. Tabap tawak uwagutin na hawak to duwapting ni na isuilyak ko ni na inyut kong kibut. Tabap tayo nakata tabap tam na ito atun pingin kaptiwo pihangit kikput tam na inyuk. Frame like me.
Minister man apakso tigiyaw ba? Minister man? Malong nikingong bayok okay nga ne? Tas ba nga? Ikayok daw yung sa tigon. Tap ko ng February 2020 mi. Okakati magtyung uwan eh. Social services atan mo yangat uwa nga sabang ita uwa nga nginap ko talba ilisamayak aglan sabak tam na iman na tam na sibunyo tigi mayat ang Inuvialuktun iman na ikayok tigi kapten nutakakayonan nutakakitonan lo nutakatigon tabi mo na ikayo tawyok iman na sa bakatigiktot kanok tulo ikayo tiksamit kon o kakatigi mayat teman ni tasba tam na taasin sibunyo tad iman na Inuvialung lo itkelit lo nutakay lo ikayutik saktik. Ubata ko nagkakpot kit kulok tam na sibunyok tingin din itkelit lo Inuvialung lo ang alatsiwan din to sa mablugo tam na ila. Kaya na ini, tabo yung mga okak-tok tayo ni, tutkew wangit kaloktok, tas banga tayo na tutkiksaw, tiksanik, aglan, minister man kakta seven muktik sa mga kakatig simayot suli o kagay aglan o kakatig tuk sa kalot alla tigulo nun lamit kant mayinin health and social services kaya na yun ito man ublok tam na okangit po suli. Tabi mga sibun yung ito ko suli. Tap quad standing committee. Tam na. In mikot ang alatak sa mikot okang mata. Tap quad. Remember frame lake? Yeah. Inuit aglat nutakat ikayoktaulain mata allat nutakkat. Tapkuat imannak hulialioktit. Savaktingit hulialianun. Tapkuat tasba uma iglumi ikayutigiyait tapkununan utakkakayakpangnan tasba tamna taimanna ukaktat kakkugu imanna tapkununa advocate nutakkakayinnun sannayang nialuakpita. Kaya nain tasbacha nutakkakayit ila nutakkakisuyat tasba tutkik saksimayakput taimani taima asin tasba kingawakon tasba ilaksanik tawak sabaw tiksanik tawak ilaw sa niyang mayakput tasba asin di tamna inmix savangit ubane taningne tamna allangong niyang mayat atut kiksaklogo munakay jutik sayo takkanon sumunlaka tasba asin tapkuat nutakkamon ikayotik sak takumablogo tapkuat ilatik tapkualo nunaming ni inusang ming ni ikayotik say takumayakabot asi tapkuap tao aglan tamna tusamangit kiga tabi mo na inong ala ni aglan o mga kisyanin. Kaya na ini. Sumayin nakpa 5 years sa wakton Sumay. Kaliw na.
Are found across the country. We're the last jurisdiction without one. And I would like to get a commitment from the minister that she's actually going to seriously examine this issue of establishing a child and youth advocate for the Northwest Territories. Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Ministers.
Unap ka kiulang na tap na. Isimati ka tap na tabra kanok manitila nga apsula ka tabra tap ko nga ukakamata. Tabak tayo na tao ka in Ilochan at tao luguman na Northern Territories na malakatali leokurat na galunin na hibun neoktit ingidakan tabak tuminga kanok nutakat mo na kayo muna karingin itikon. Yellow Knife Northman. Kaya nako kakti. Sabab tao ko na pekutakan lang na rin miga tam na nutakanik ka muna karinikon. Pabalo tayo na kanokit pat alagi pagkukuwak kutsukta at kabamaurat nagaluni wagut mani kabamaurat kanito na kanok in magaing niktap ko gilit sa kadlaw tunga. Tabalot tayo na tabab tayo na Inuvialuktun na pekti taong nakakaibot ang ayokangin nin. Tabab tayo kiningin nin lunin, inaurangin nin, iningin nin, tamat ko ng kuyanakpak. Unap munakrirak, ikayuhurak, inyong nek, minihitawrak. Tabaralo tayo na tunagilani na natakat ay sumalugin mirakit ka, piya matigit na ngayokangin yun. Nagalunin inawran eh. Tabaralo tayo na ilihimagibot. ilihimagibut tamat kuat na nani kanok aulak na pekti chukangit ang ayokangin yun tamat ko nga ilangin yun iliblugit.
Of an inequity within the system. Some children have much more than others, and that shouldn't be that matter for Child and Family Services, except to support all families equally to ensure that children.
Kawamaurot mani. Kabalo tamat ko din na nalupkiyaglan pang mapagkanokin kanok mat ko at hawak to tamat ko na ni ikayoy roni kinaranik nagaluni ni kayoy ronik kanok inyo na ako tingin na ito ak tilangit kaya nakpak. Kala na Northman. Kaya tako kakti. Tabraw na kaya para kayo na ataw chiko anak mata nalo tabraw tak ilihimarut pang mapak. Kanok tamat ko alagig pating miktigun. Matkod nitakkanik mo nakridot nagalunir kanuhakautik sakit nitakkat mani alagig pati matkunang nga kihut na piyaktil batigit nitakangit ang ayokangin yun piyaktil batigit na yung miktigun naga ikayok takak patalanik nagalunilipi na tauchikun. Kaya nako kakti. Tuwa man una ito agilan una apakayuta nga tabaloy na ilo katayli himagig puto na kakahugig puto taramik. Tabaloy tayo naptaw kigilula kiroti kung kakakti ko taramik. Hilibit chimab niblugo una iglo ataw hek inyo neaktot inyo kihu mata inyo ektonik inyo iglo ilihu man inyo ektot nitakhat nagalo ni inyay taw chiko na iglo mi ataw himi inyo neaktot tila ni ni apakrilagaktit inuit tayo nakakamata. Kaya nakpak. Yellowknife Northman. Kaya nakakakti. Tabab tawit na ilihimagit ka ilangit na inuit apakraktot Hapakaktad lo nagalunin na kilamik per tiranya kangit nutakat. Tabalo tayo naptawak ukot utakirot nagalunin GNWT matkot utakikangit. Tabalo ukot kanok matkot nutakat per tat matkot kihutag nakin akiliyo hao magaita apakirutakilik na. Unaptaw kayo hura kanyang minihitak. Tabraptaw ka unapirti niya nutakadin na ang ayokangin yun pirtitat ubagutin na tabrawak tilait kahit na kamilarok ta kakluid ilitsya kanya kakluid kanok inyo niya ako tingit tapkot kihenik penik at akapti dyan na pira kayo nitakangit iglungin yun. Tabra ilyo mo na o kakilang niya kaya. Tabra luptawak tayo na kanok tabra tayo na tabra tam na pakruta nga o kakatingin niya kay gatam na apakawak tap kuninga. Tabalo tayo na kanok nakin kinyawa nagpihum magayta o kakatingin lang niya kay tap muna. Kaya nakpak.
Oral questions, member for Camlake.
Matkodi liharak taktot ukad lang nalitigat kano haraw tingin tilitsok ilaw kluit. Minihit ako na. Tabra grade kindergarten grade 4 mo naglaan kanok hoting matkodi na ilan ni tigum mirakabatigit. Ako batigid kiheni kato kakabatigid matkotin isotin na ilihawrin yaktot nagalunin kanok alagig patap ko kindergarten nutakawit na ilihakan yaktot grade 4 mo naglan ilihaktot. Taba ilan ni tamatkotin na isotin na pihuk kalo haluwit ilan ni hapasela aktuut tao kubagut tayo natutkikay niya kalo ako ta. Tamat ko at malakataliangit nutakkanik ilihaw rirot. Tap ko at taba malakka na iti alla ko bikray chugut. Kaya minitak. Tabalo tamat ko na alagi patukot nutakawalo matkwalo inyalat nutakat nagalunin na utok kalirot nutakat. Tabalo tawag tayo na kanok ilihaktot nagalunin ilihawrirotit na alagig patam na alagig kita kabarong ingmingik kaya nak tabagta ko na ilitsaka niya ka niya rikput tabagta na iliyakigalo akto tap tami nga malako talianik ilihaktoanin Tabab tayo naptawkit na ataw tsikun na tamat ko titkika na ribut. Kapi niya malong ni ukyong ni tabab tayo na tam na titkika na aklugo. Kanoklo alango kukup tigo tam na isumatiga kanya lugo nagaluni kati marakakuta naga na ilitso kanya putam na kanokin magan. Camlake ni. Kaya nako kakte. Ukwat mani territorial mani nutakat mani tot ikakahlugo man na nunagput. Tabalutay na kanok tamat ko ang alat kabatit ni takkat huraka niya ako tingit kano herawti krangit tabel na kihu kalawag pinagalan di ba ni kakahawa ni kanya man tam na kihutik raka kaya o kakti tabaw na ako likrak apasarutak Tabra matkoti na kuleariyay. Tabra isi allango kubluwi na ataramik tapte minga ato kungayakligo. Piraktit Inuit. Tabra lutay na tamatkot kutsikit kubluwit huragautingit. Tay na lo kanakulo tamatkot ilihautingit. Nagalunin ilihimarakrangit na islotun inyune ako tikrat. Tabalutay na kanok matkoti kayo niyakto tinyungit. Nagalunin kanok kayo kakaibatigit matkoti kayo kalakauptot. Tabalutay na islotun angalan niya haluit, angalan niya kakibot. Tabalutay na ila niptaw tamatkot ilyakirabot. Malakatalet, nagalunin kanuhakautik rangit, ila ni alangulagaktut. Ataramik tayo na atilaychut. Mani Northwest Territories ni. Tayo na taba nailitsa kanya kaptigit, kamilakaw kaptigit, kanuhakautik ranginyik. Taba lo tayo na ilyakiraktu tap kuninga. Inuvialuktun ilitsa kay rakranik, ilyakihimarugut. Tabab takila ni atilay chok taman na tayo na ilyakirakput.
Written questions. Returns or written questions.
Aglaktat. Apexoded aglaktat.
Slave 8/2022 to the Minister of Health and Social Services regarding mental health supports for residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, follow-up letter for oral question 1035-19(2) medical travel policies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism, and Investment. Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Colleagues, further to direction to the Chief Electoral Officer from the Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures, I wish to table the auxiliary report of the Chief Electoral Officer issues arising from the 2019 general election. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Thursday, March 31st, 2022, I will move the following motion. I move
Na. I could.
Nut, yeah.
Ova ona kangak dinaya. Talba.
2022, if the Speaker is satisfied after consultation with the Executive Council and members of the Legislative Assembly that the public interest requires that the House should meet at an earlier time during the adjournment or at a time later than the scheduled resumption of the House, the Speaker may give notice and thereupon The House shall meet at the time stated in such notice and shall transact its business as if it had been duly adjourned to that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Notices of motion, notices of motion, motions, motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bill. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister responsible for justice.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present to the House Bill 48, Arbitration Act, to be read for the first time. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Pursuant to Rule 8.2 brackets 3, Bill 48 Arbitration Act has been presented, deemed read for the first time, and is ready for second reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters. Bill 23. Bill 29. Minister Statement 202-19 brackets 2, Table Document 561-19 brackets 2, Table Document 567-19 brackets 2. By the authority given to me by Motion 1-19 brackets 2, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hour of adjournment to consider the business before the House with member for Haver South in the chair.
I will now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of the committee? Mr. O'Reilly.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Committee would like to consider
Tapgot isimaleotik sa tabi mga tabi minister okausayagon. Kaya kot nagkalakta.
I will call the committee back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider Minister Statement 202-19, bracket 2, and table document 567-19, bracket 2, Annual Status Report 2019-2023, Mandate of the Government of the Northwest Territories. Does the Premier wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness into the chamber. Would the Minister please introduce, or the Premier please introduce her witness?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With me, I have Mr. Martin Goldney, the Deputy Minister of Executive and Indigenous Affairs, and the Secretary to Cabinet. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Committee, yesterday we finished, or we were on pages 23 and 24. Settle and implement Treaty Land Resources Self-Government Agreement. And are there any questions? Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. On page 23, that's one of the progress milestones is 2 agreements concluded. And I guess I just want to get some assurance from the Premier that these 2 agreements are not just these transboundary agreements. We're talking hopefully something more substantive, like either a Quechua or a Decho or the Métis Nation. Is that what this refers to? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. If just take a moment here, I just got to figure out this clock. You got 62 minutes.
You can do it, Kevin.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to make all of the agreements concluded, but that's not a reality. So we're hopeful that the southeast or the southwest ones will be concluded. We're also hoping that the Nagdan one will be concluded. We've got a tentative agreement in principle with the Quechua, but they've got to go to their membership, and we thought we were close with the Gwich'in, and then they joined back. What I'm trying to say is that things happen, and
Yeah. Got tamat got in malakot ila ni himmawid yaga kaibot allang ullak lugit. Tabraw na Inuvialuktun na pihuk kalwaktut naga pihak pekaw kalwaktut agla nila ni himmawid lagu lugit allangul lagu lugit malakot alebot tabra wagut tait na Islamic angalat sinya kalwaktut una ukto alang neli tiga pasutiga tabraw na tun mati itpatam na tun mati mo hili himabeting rung una tabra ukot malaguruk malakot alebot tabra ilokanyik tayo na atulay kibut malagukot malakot alek tun mati mun ilyanik kibut Nalup kibut agilan kanok ato ko na aktilakran tap ko agilokatun na agalunin igilyung na igilyo ato kakalu igilyohin atong igilyo tayo na isang matigibut. Tabrauna FMB mon utakwalwa kaukwa. Tamna tabra pekruta kanok alla kwa vishay kiga. Tabrauna una tabra kinara nikuli pifag tuat tuhangit kitka. Kuyanak. Tabrauna matkotin na ingmiktigun nunaligit nunatigun okay farnak pihong tabrauna tanungit shot okay laukat kuyanak. Tabrawagutin na tauchikun na havaktigut. Tabrauna apakirut takpaurok. Kanolo tamat kodin na ilitsura hukluit kaya kihut nunagiti-langit. Tabatak tam na tuhak-rakadariga alanin inyong nin. Tabra kangikilait kigait ilat ni kangikilait kat o kaya na alak tiluta. Kanolo tabra tay na akala kami umani akapikapta hibun niyo kapta tabra tam na tuhaka na alak tuak. Tabra takukatin na imiktigun tanngungit chuating miktigun tam na hibun niyo kutikiraya lawangat. Kaya nakwakakte. Tabalo tamat kodit na hawaktatit na kanokanaktilakrangit na ilitsokanyakibut. Tabalo tap kota hawaktakibitigi. Kanolo tamat kodit na ilawani ito at kanok isumatigibihigi. Nalo malako talianik mat kuninga ilyakirabihigi. Tabrunga. Kanolo tamat kodit ilat ni kakuwu. Ilat ni gululunin. Tuhane akpita tam na isagutikak. Isagutin niliwa. Tam naptak tabra tamat minister mon apakirun tam na ililyang niya. Tabra tak ukwat apakirun tangit na tamat ko tanungit siya tilokatatay na ataw chikun habaw takay ikput. Tabarlutay na kakatigilugi tamat ko tanungit siya tabranik ihenik natkingyak putam na kakput. Apakirun? Inyukula apakirun takakpa. My neck gets sore from this way.
Committee, we're just waiting for the members that are virtual to get table documents, so just be a minute. Relax. Members, are there any further questions on implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People? Seeing none, committee, we will move to page 26.
Page 26. Okaw tiginagat. Apaksudat. No Kobe. Tapquat sanayaktat isamaleotit takumayat kova. Tapquat asin sabautik sayad 2022 me sabautik sangat. Kanan etadba tapquat sanayak tagalongas subatay nakludik ilbit tabi mga sule sabaktik sa mengnek sule kinaksimayot sule sabagayuit kat sabag sibun muktiyuit kat kaya na oba ilan nga ta tadba Elisaw Chutige Blogo, Resource Manual, Human Resource, Sabaktik Signing, Inuit, Kidulaka, Malakatak Signing, Sanaya Mayut, Tazba December me, Isagotiyat, Tazba Asin, Aldat Kid, Elisaw Dik Site, Sanaya Maniklugidlo. Tapquad Asin, Tapquad Sanak Pata, Elisaktuat, Okautiginagamagate. Kaya na ini. Tuglia apekson sa tapquat daw skituti langit sabat nuktitaw nakpat malrok nakang nayak luwid lunin ila tamna okangin kat tamna HR Manila Kayat Sanayak tapquat uvani yellow knife mi sabaktit Glenn tapquat hanorima sabaktuksat nunalam allangan nilunin malakat aglan tapquat sabari magatsuli sabaktik sa mengnek asingane yellow knife. Apat at picture sakpat tabi mo na. Page 27 mon. Tas ba akin tam na asin manik inuklilak tuksak. Kana ne tam na go nalunak taksalok sanaya makiksilo kanok nalunak pa tapquat or tapqualonit ikayo aksat nalunayuit matik suli sunago uva dam na maligaliangat manikto tiksak nalunayak nagat kisyan community affairs nagay okalay tugot aglan takong niagat kaya na ini ay pago uva sumalon uva 5 million reducing 5 million ila tam na manakton kanakatutik sagon tasbatamna tapkot cabinet allaliyot supiktok kanok tamanna tusa biginiak pitigo kanoktun angita kanoktun allali jutagon 5 million talon kanok suit palonen nunalani o sabagvillani kanok umik palonen suva sunatema tamna inuta kaya na ini Mr. Awakti tasbagok tamna ila malgoiluta atam goyawyat okakatigil lakarluta sapeng nang matam na sumaliyon tamna ila tamna pek taman 5 million kanong mitayma oternakba sobatam ila allalitano napta malikaptigo tasbaasin tasbaasin peksemayok tasba peksemayok waptingnen sapernaktok allalilaitok iya allanguta malikaptigo nunaptingni kaya na inyo kakte no kobe tasbagok tamnagok takuya makagok tasbagok tamnaptaok ukaw tiginakmaw nalunayaw tigiluit nunamon tap kuno nga nunalakiyin tap kuno nga so atay matam na atok payok nunatigon alaliwa atok padyong na Minister of Lands ukal lang naktok Thompson ila tasba tamna chanayak pagto tasbagok Yellowknife mututak titat tamna tasbaasin nunagok tap kununa angalat siyok sa Yellowknife mon nga angibal langit tok tasba tap kwat tutkiksak tagsak ilmik taman na tutkiksak niamik ko NWTAC mot kaitakpot si tap kwat inmik ukaw tiginaga tap kuno nga inong nun NWTAC kot tap kwat asin sabak taksat siya nayaktat tap kwat Yellowknife mo taw angit kayaw man tap kuno nga lo tuklinon angit kayakinon sabak bilad nunalat kanokta isumadjutigi bawak taman na apeksutigi kanok Thompson kuvyasok tut tasba tap ko sabakati aptigik tap ko sabautik samikon teman na nunakon na teman na ang iyumek kahit ringit kat nakugayamik kut kisan sabalayo akon tasba kahit simagik po sabagubik tasba asin tasba kingawak kon asin sibunipting ni tamanda tut kiksalayok tabi mo na tap ko at sabaktut nukobe kaya na ini tam na asin sanay ang matjong territories Yellowknife ubani tam na takunakpat kitkut tap ko at sabanang nakpat nunakon tasbasin inugak tilangat tigutlunin nunapta nunalat anaga tamna tamna go apaksotiyak pagaka inuit allat isumagibluget tabi mo na manaktagon angalat jaksakon kanok Siwurlamik over page 27 me inok siyak $5 million so so tigod over maniyak pat dabi yung mga takunak pa so tilangin nun atutaw mga tam na piyak tak tam na napsuyal lang Premier Elbert
Secretary Cabinet Tabrama kigutikay niya pangmapak Mr. Riley tabapta ko na naliyak kwakto nga ukong nga nakin kaya ilitsarap ka niyak pangakanok ang alaruti fingnik Premier tabapta uwangapta taba na ilitsarap ka niyak tigin kanok kanaharaw tiptingnik na galunin ilitsarap gupta na ilitsarap guma kanaharaw tingin ilitsarap ka niyak pin Mr. O'Reilly tabay lokatik tabay tam na kiulay niya kaptit ko ilitsarap niya niyak ilifingin tabapta ko uping chakto nga nalo na kaptik ilokatik ilokawiki nalo na kapi tapte nga apakriutamnik tamat ko di na itukal tamani itukraw tikalot na tamat ko kolea okaw giluit agalagiluit tamat ko tabra ilitsarap kaya kay finga 2019 mi tayo na okaw di kakpot 2014 mi tayo okaw di mi kakpot tam na tap ko nang ilitsara na yakto ilitsara na yakto $5 million tun na tam na tabaki niya rakan ito nagala na to na ato ni nga ilitsara hupi akalo nga pilyak to nga na nilyo nuktak pa rin humon tabra nakin tabra tam naman kinyarak tayo na tinagalan katakpa wapting nun tabatam tap ko dilihim ay hurak kalot ang alachirit tabalo tayo na ilitsara kakata kanok tamat ko kinyarat atokoningit nagalunin tayo na tinagalan hurak humukta ka magay tayo ilitsara niya akto nga. Tabay ilitsara niya na akto tabay ubagut GNWT kihiming ilitsara niya na yung itchut ilokating ki itaw chikun ilitsara niya na akto tamat ko nga atutinik. Tabaptak alaniktak ilitsara niya akto tabalo tayo na tamat ko nga napayakpagtuod ang ironic na piurakbik pangnik ang mayrakaktuod kafe ko ako ta. Tabalo tamat ko na kanok ilitsara niya akto ilihimaro tamat ko nga napay kapta kinyaranik atung itswakri raktuod agalan tabrang tap ko tamarra piyakait. Tabralo tayo na malakotaleot matko tayo na ilihiman na yaktugut nagalunin ilitsukan yaktugut tamat kuninga ilitsukap kalugitahin matko di mauktot. 2014 hok tabraptak tamat ko na ublungit kanokatingit na alangok takpat nagalunin tamat kuninga ilitsukan niya ako tinik kihitsitinik kakehawar tinitoni itok tamat kununa ilitsukan laruhi humuktilangit tamat ko kinyarat kaya nak Mr. Thompson, ang aktualo nerlutillo minihitangat. Tabrapta ako ko atin na. Tabralit sa kanya kayo matkot. Hulakaw tibut nagalun niya kanuhakaw tibut matkot ilit sa kakanayakapi. Tabrapta ako matkot territorial ni na agalat sirot. Ilitsarap kakanayakapi. Tap ko din na nunabidlo. Tamat ko din lo kayo niyo kita tamat ko habakatibut ilitsarap kayo niya aktibut ataw chikun. Tabralo tayo na matkot premier guramon ilitsarap kayo niya aktibut nagalun niya kanuharaw tingin niya okakatig taka niya aktibut na kakati kuming ilit sa kanya at kanokakauting matkot kinart. Page 28-29. Matkot hila hung alangok tok o kalang nari. Tabraw ko atin na matkot ataw lugo man nanunakput nunakakpagput ataw lugo ilitso kanya aktut. Tabralut kamamawarot nakinyaratigonin na kanyaktawarit ka ilitso kanya kalugit. Matkwalo kanuharawting inyik ilitso kanya aktut. Hapakaraw dimingnik. Tabralo tayo naptawak tamat kuninga na hilam matuma huinyalirakaktam ilitsure niya kapta tamat kuninga ikayo lekota ikayo kakagatigot tamat kot ikayo ingakapta ikayo kakulak kapta. Premier, Mr. Thompson, tamat ko na medication, taman na tokaptigo, tabat na tabralo tayo na tunagalanin na imekun na kinyara ni katokapta. Tabralo tamat ko di sumaglugid na pigo mangikibot matkot kasalit nagalawin okrokorot lakirot tabratay na kuting hilag putin na ayla ni huinya lilyaga kagat. Tabralo na inuvialuktun nalo kutsik kiblu man na hilag put alangok tuakin na tamat ko at pipiakat. Tabralo tamat ko at tuakin na ilit sa kanya aktut kanoloy kayo tiniaktot at tautsikun. Tamat ko at kutsik to ni kamamawrad na nagaluni mat ko at ala ninyo ni aktot tamat ko at ikayo tigiblugit tabay ilit sa kanya aktut tamat ko ni nga hilamik huinyaliromik. Kaya nak. Tabra taok tay na kinaranik na. Hiwapting nun, hiwanikrapting nun ilikap tiyo tam na kinarak. Kanakulo tabra tamat ko din na ilitsaka niya na kuti rakayibot niya kamilakayo na kuti kamilakayo kuti takayibot inyong nun ilitsaka niya aktiluit kanakoting tamat ko sisiugalakpat nunabot. Kanakulo tayo na tunagalan kano tunagalan mat ko din na huwin niya litilangit din matuma imay nagalunin hilakta nugupayakuluni tabra tam na pekruta fakiya. Tabra lutamat ko din na ilitsaka niya lang iniyakto nga matkunang minihitawranin na hawak pangnik munakriramon. Tabra lutamat ko din na tamat ko din na angalat siringit tamat tap tuminga ato ko magaita medication ato ko magaita kanokolo taman na ato ko magan apakiruti akalakiga. Tabra ataramik ubagut unamin hitawra ka narutigon unatigon ang unakto tigulo minihitawra ko na. Tabra una kinarak para kaktutap ko kuchikto ni kabamawrot. Tamat ko tabra na uniok talay kibut ilitsaka niya kapta ilitsaka niya tutap ko na nga. Dahil naptawak tamat ko na nga kinaranik ay chok niya tilakrap nga ay chok niya katang mata na tamat ko na nga pigo malay kibut tabratap ko ataw ka alla ni inyo ni akto ilitsaka niya akto alla ni inyo ni akto ni. Tabralub taw kiyahaw tiblugit ilihak tiblugit kanok ikayutik ramingnik ibakalakpata nagalunin ikayutik ranik taman na habaw takip kaktilugo hilagput alangok to kabag habaw takiput pagmapag kuyanak. Unauk to akalago alakun apakiut takiligo. Tabra kanok ubagutin na kinaranik tutkoy hibita na ilokan ato ko na nga kadugo pilyak nyak tugut. Tayo naluto tamat ko at federal government kutsik to ni kawamawrat tayo na tabre kayo ni akpatigut. Tabralo tayo naptawak tam na ilitsyo ka niya piya ako tamat kuno na tayo na kanok hekautik siyang tingnik na ilitsyo ka niya piya ako kinaratigon kinaralo tamat ko at kanok atutik siyang ilitsyo ka niya kakibot. Tam na tabra meditation, tabra pusan. Tabra na nalagtakap ko, tuhakap ko na natuhagi ka. Tabra na kinarakun kakailang niyari ka. Tabra tayo na katimakatigiyak kakalawit. Ilokainik tamat ko at ilawra din na kayo niyak to tamat tuminga hilap tingni kalang oktamik nagalunin huwin niya oktamik hilap tingni. Kaya na. February 9, 2021 may ataw himi ukiyumi. Tamat ko tabra tuhap kakangati ko at munakriro at Munakriwad nunamik ni Tihutagalatabani akappiruad nalugit kaubanga. Kanolo kanok tamat kuadin na okakatigingyak nagalunin huakarubut mani kano hulaka akrabut in magaita kanok tamat kuadin lichakip kalaban nga Mr. Thompson. Tabraw na mingihitak. Tamat kuno na. Tabraw tamat kuat na nunamik munakrirat habakatigilakibut. Nagalo ni katimakatigirakibut ilo o kakatigirakibut lo. Mr. Riley. Kaya nakpagka mingihitak. Tabraw kuat ilitsarap rakranik ilyakehimabehi. Tabraw kuat habak bihi tapte muna. Nagalun ni kanok angala rutik ranganik ilitsarap nyaktohanik tamat kuring habak bihi. Tabraw minihitam akalad nga kanone aktilakramnik.
Taking the, what's that fun?
We'll reach out to the committee and try to get this information there. We're not going to do the work. It's been done. We are working with.
Tabraw kuat habakatigibut. Tabraw kuat na akunlarengitchut. Tabraw nakama. Tabraw kuat habakatigibut ilokainik tamat kuat ilitsakanyaktuat. Kaya nak Mr. Riley. Tabraw na minihitam. Tabraw na ilitsarap kalaw tunga. Ilitsarap kalakurunga ilanon. At kihimnyuk itkalwaktion tilunok. Uma minihitam. O kakatigil labarit nagaluni katimakakatigil labarit matkuat katimarit. Kaya nak. Mr. Thompson minihitak. Kaya nak. Mr. O'Reilly.
Oh,
Tabraw na apekro na yakagaw na minihitak. Tabraw bani umani kuliak taon nakman tabraw tayo naklunga ilitsakanya tunga tabraw tam na ilitsakabligo man na hilakput alangok toak 23rd May. Tabraw tayo na mani Canada me atawlugo no nakakpagput tabraw ni tawakilihim ilitsakanya kami tapte muna hilapting ni kalangok to amik tabraw matkuat kawamaurat kanok 40% yung kanok tinagalaan tabraw ni hawa takikaptik nik ilyaw kibat kaya nak tabraw kuat kawamat kulala kanga tuna uglagon nalak kipi ilitsakaramnik aglan pang mapagtay na kawatigin niya ang itiga. Tamat ko dit na ilitsarap ka kanya-kanya-apsi. Ataw chikun tap ko ilitsarap ka lakipi. Ilitsarap ka lakit ka kanaharaw tiptingnik. Kaya nak, Mr. O'Reilly. Kaya nak, Park Premier.
oh, no.
30% yung tayo na tinagalan tabratam na ilitsara hukta 20 tam na tabra ilitsura 2025 mi dahil na ito nagalan ukiunik hiwanik rakput ato na kakput tapto muna kakilaki ka kayo nakpak. Just waiting.
Tap ko ng sila apekso sa kakpat, sabi mo na, sila alang utakan. Okay. Apekso dit? Orale? Una o kakamanig ka. Tam na, atang ko yabit, ukwat, maligaliangit, nakungit kaluak tolonin, imam maligalayak ngat. Sukon, sanay ang nayak pa yung. Tam na ko, ay paano, secretary mo, kakabagin niya ka. Tas bagok, tapos aglak si mayok ba ni, aglali ami, aglan, tam na, tutkiksak teksak, ay nutkak titayok, tutkiksak sak teksak, tas ba? Okay na ini. Okay na ini. Tam na ukaktok. Tabi manis page 30 mi. Tazva asin kangak si juda. Tazva tabi malikdagsak. Cabinet kinakatin. Kaya na ini. Ila tazva sabak daw si mayok aglan sukaitok diba inang niyakaluakson diba tusama yak sa Inuit san niyang niyakaluablo nila kaya na yun ila tam na nalup kasong naktok hakugo san niyang niyakpatam na silapta alang utagon maligiliok taksak cabinet aba kaya na ini ilaw kaluak to nga kanitok aglan sibitok suli sanayaw taksa kaya na ini kaya na ini ataw sak aba May, June, o kausik sapting ni, apaksodik sak. Tas ba, ataw si tsak, o ba? Thank you. No kobe. Ela takun na kawa, page 31 mi. And never mind ngok, tam na, pingit kalawala ni, sibul na ko, tinakap ko tam na. Apaksodit apaksodit alla silalim alla liud jutagon suitak page 31 tadba kano angiglilang nakpat sabag tuat sabaksat nunalani tapkot sabag katigit isamalioktit takuyat ka tapkot 2020 migok tatba tapkot isamaliokot tigiyait uva tapkot sabag taksaytigon nunalapta tapkot okare matjong naungimma 2020 mi okaktangat Tako niyak pitigo kakutigo tabi yung mga sanayak doon sudilangin nik. Premier? Kaya na yun Tas bagok apekson na ka tagyo manilaki Simpson ngova.
Kailangan siya pa yung word.
Tam na ila sanay maniktok. Isamali ako tait. Tisang na bialok. Kaya ni. Tas buona. Kakotigo. Tako ni akpetigo sukon. Sutigon. Tam na sabak. Kaya na ni Simpson. Ila sabak tao manaktok. Tapkot kavamauyot. Tam na sabay manikta. Tam na sanay makiksiblugo. Turak ti si mamaniktok. Taman na. Kaaglan. Allangok taklugo o kakayay tigun inuit. Tadwa. Nunalapta. Atok taksat nunalapta. Tadwa. Uwa ataw sa utsakon. Ukaw tigil taksanga. Kaya na yun Page 32 me. Tadwa. Full-time. Kanokima. Sabak sa tadwa. Housing Corporation. Tadwa ni in-mix sabak taksat. Tadwa 2022 me sabak taksat. Sabak palang naktat. Naungima. Kang March ngoktok. Housing. Jenna. I have to get back. Dam nagok utak din siyang nakaga apaksotik sa tapkwat iglutigon o kaktok.
Families, they weren't built for businesses or childcare to be running out of them. So we're still taking a look at those. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Ms. Nokelby?
Thank you for that. I think that the minister's colleague over at ECE might want to have some of this be taken care of so we can create some of those day home spaces that seem to be needed under our new policies. And I'm going to move on here. This one actually has so much in it. And really, I feel that I would be remiss to not comment that this is one of the most important priorities for myself. I think if our communities are stronger, then Yellowknife will only be stronger. So even though it's not my riding. My next question is around the makerspace programs. It does say that it is fulfilled and that they have been developed and implemented, but it's my understanding there has been some delays in that work. Could the minister speak to whether or not that is correct and when they will be complete? Thank you.
Thank you. Premier?
Mr. Chair, that would be the Minister of ITI, if you can, she's online, I think.
Minister Wozniak?
Matkad ilokainik mani tuturak tumi aklavik mi humilakaki tabar tamat kodin na isumati kakto tamat kuninga kanok loy na pime hako ti kangatuna Tabalo tamat ko dit na hunilakaki mat kuninga galawranik na galuni mingliwranik isaguti marot tapkot 2023 May tamat apriuta falang na kayaw na tapko Tabaloing miktigun habakarneaktot ikayullabatigit tapkoa. Kihullaka ki ingmiktigun awlakiniaktot habangniaktot ingmiktigun habalgit habakauktot ikayokobluit. Mikirurani kunni sagot kaming mikiraktut matkot ingmiktigo kaming. Tabalutay na ikayok takrawalak titamat kuning akano ka isagutiniak tilakrang mikironi kitna yung miktigun habakaw pata tabalutay na huli tabalutay na tamat kwatit na ilyakirak tugut ikayok tikranik nagaluni isagutiniaktonik na ikayok bulugit tamat ko isagutiniaktot ang miktigun hawakauktot. Huli ako rakuktot ang miktigun tamat ko tabay ikayo tikrangin ilyakay himarugut tinawalani nagaluni at tawluguman na Northwest Territories. Tabalut 20 Tabalutay na tamat ko ng kinara ni katuak tsaka gatigut mat ko at kutsik to ni kawamaurat. ENR kulo tamat ko tabat ilokaiting na ikayo ko nakakagayt. Ikayutik lang inyo ay chok hemagibut nagalunin ay chok hemagayt. Ikayo ko bulugit tamat ko ding miktigun tayo na dahil na isagutihuk to ting miktigwakok to at hawak tigun. Kuyanak. Kuyanak. Una, isamagablugo. Tabla Inuvialuktun. Tabla Inuvialuktun na tamat tumunga na pituk kimarot. Tabla tamat ko ka habak takawag to Inuvialuktun. Tabla na atanak koirot inyong nik. Tabalo tam na tawak na ililugo tabrunga na kanok ilhuatun pitkablu itamat kwalo inyong nik ikayo ihurot minihitawrot na galuni tamani habak tuat tamat kunani ikayo ilahit kabulugit tamat kuni nga mani GNWT ni tabalo tayo na kanok tamat ko GNWT mani kabamawrot ikayo irakabat inawalani mikironi tabalo tayo na tawak na igilutigun nagaluni tabatay na hunila kaki sagutin akto tayo na ikayo lahiligut tamat ko nang ni ikayo kurwani kuyanak tabaptawak tamat ko ting miktigun habakaw tuat tabaptawak tam na minihitawrak Tabi, okakatigigay matkot kutsik to ni kabamawrot matkolo ingmiktigun itkilit nagalo ni tanngungit short ingmiktigo auktot kabamakauktot ingmiktigun ikayo ako niyakait. Tabi, minihita ko na. Tabraw na piyo matkongit kiga ilihimat kugiga. Ilitsore pia kugiga una ikayo nyaktot tukot tabelo tay na ingmiktiwa nyaktot ikayo huluwit na kinarani kay chue himarut. Tabelo tay na tabratam na kuya ipiakaya. Unap tawak. Tabelo na apekhruta kay ranga una mikironi inarani mikironi. Tabelo tawak matkoti na tinagalan. Kutsik kihitsitinik tay naptawak. Tabelo tay na matkotan ngungitsot ingmiktiwaktot. Tabelo tay na tamat ko nga okakatigik kabut tamat ko ilyakanyaktot. Kanakulo tay na. Tabelo inyuaktonik tay na igiluni ituat. Tabelo tamat ko aptaw ka tangung itsot pigibluwit. Ilihimagiwit ilitsarik kabut. Tabelo tayo naglaan ikayo ko niakluwit. Tabelo tayo na kawamatukwadit na angalan rit kay ding miktigon angalatsi urut. Ililakadawatigon tabrap tawak ing miktigot tawak angalatsi urut igilumingnik. Igililakadawat king miktigo urut. Tabelo tayo na tamat ko aptawak ing akarong mata tayo na itut kikaktukranik igilunik. Tabelo tayo na kinaranik tawak ilyakahimaru tamat ko nga tamat ko at ikayo huluwit. Tayo nalutabara tamat ko at na ing miktiwawag tot mikirani inarani itot. Tabelo tayo na tam na pilay hakpo tikpakra ay papat. Tam nalo kano ko tingin na ikayo inayak patigilit kalo ikiluin nibliting pirat. Tabel tamat ko dit na habatit na inyo inaranin habanik idlakilait patabungan tamat ko nga inaranon. Kaya nak tam na tabra apakakana git matkot na habat nagaluni isagutirangit. Tayo na tabra tuharak tunga igilukiluting kok tabra tamatkot isagutilait kait hurakautik-rating. Tabra tayo na utak kirot tao kigilukraming kinyugekto tilihimagit ka. Kuyanak. Miss Cleveland. Kuyanak pag tabla tam na pinya ka na pektok ka tabla tayo na taman na pinya ka na pektok tuhap ka laking matapti mo na tuhap tamdik. GNWT tabla yung miktok tabla tayo na kayo takrokolo ngit matkot. Tabla tayo na utek din na kagait ikayo tikrating. Tabla 22 mi. Tabla tayo na GNWT to ha na tam na ikayo lain niblugit. Tabla tayo tap ko GNWT ikayo ko niblugit pigay. ilitsurep ka huting tawak tawa mani ataw chikun na ikayok tigi huting na tamat kot napakok tangit nagaluni isaguti huktangit isagutip kakayakait tawa tak tamat kot tawa ikayok tikraw ikayu tikranginnyik ikayu tikranginnyik na ilyakiyuk rakalot tamat kununga inawarlanot tamat ko tawak tawa ECE Monakhrehurot inyong nik tamat ko di kayo niyak tuhakanaktut. Tabalutay na minihitawra ko na. Tabal kakatiyak kanay matkot kabamawrat. Tam na natkikaya rat o kakatigigan ni kumitigit. Tabalutay na tamat ko 29WT na igilulakironon na ikayok kuming tababtak minihita ko na nalagtalarok tamat ko nga 29WT na ikayok pata. Tabal una kakilakap ko. Tabra tao kapag kabut kihutagalan na ikayokhlarin niya make pihuk pata. Tabra lutay na tabra tao tayo na tamat ko din na tabra lutay na atut king naktod mat ko digilut Inuvialuktun dilihimagewut nanilaka inawarlani itot igilut atullagait atullarot tabab tawkin atawhimik igilumik pekawak tot yan ni malrong nik tabranehin malrong igilukit na tamana karunyak na pakimakilutik. Tabraw na pekrutak kaktunga. Apakota ka na. Tabraw na umani kuliami. Tabraw ta ko at habak tonik ukak mata. Tabraw lutay na Inuvialuktun na ukakadlag ka nga tuhakap ko. Apakota ka lang niyari ka. Tabraw tam na titakak parjung tam na titire parjung kaguguaglan tamat ko at habakaw to at habak tinyak patigit ilihimawit tamat kuninga tabalutay na nalagto akabit mat kuninga anyak to lakironik ilihimawit tabalutay na matkot ikayokhlektoanin income support nik pirakigait matkot habalaylat nagalunin habawkalahoting habalay chuatit na matkuninga ikayok tot kanok matkop tao ka kinyawanik akilaktanak patit habaw nautik pata tabraw na Sabali ukiutuak man tamat ko ti kayu ti siyaming pilihim marut tamat ko dahin habaguktot havanik pakitillagait. Alla kayari kalak tilgit habak palgit. Na organization nagpirakigating miktigun habak palgit. Dahil na tabra tamat ko nga dahil na hawaktin na utibilidahin inuit habaguktot. Tabra inuit tamani ikakaluman na nunakput havak tekhauk tuanik pihuktut. Tabra ENR si I tabra ilokay tamat ko tautsuko ako tingin na ilyakik pata na tamat ko at hawakaw at hawaktin na yakay. Million tala tun kinyaranik tayo na tunagalan atul larut. Kaya nak. Unap tawag to harmik ka?
Igluilitaw yut. Das war ubagot. Mani yellow knife me. GNWT kabamabot. Tapquat iglulakiyat. Sabaksat piyaktait. Das ba asin utak tilabagit. Inung nun alapting nun tapquat sabak piyaktas eh. Das ba mau nga nuktitaktaksi angyat kayat sabat utak tilugit. Tamna tema tun sibur na kanginapta ila tamanna okakaklo nga aglan tamadja manilakiyot ang alatsibot ukakimaya teman na ila sabakak tuksan inuyaksiyot nunalaptin may sabaguktot nagwakagalwaka tamanna ukakagang ni ila tamani ukakariyaw ngitubba tapkwat kitulikaw ni sabaktut tamna mga sabakukumi tapkwat sa walayo nunalangin ni ungawan ni tatpani nunangin ni inuit nunangin ni itkilit tapkwat wanga sa wagaktuk sa kalot pidlagumik ko kaya na yun eh. Tapkwat inugaaktuk nik kitkuruba inugaakutaw ni akpatapkwat kituba tapkwat takumapagitigik ilitsuay sukkiga ila usuktuat isumaliok tinun tapkwat inugaak sibaliyamata o kakabse. Mandate uba tasba tapkwat sabaktik sa nguyod nunalapting nin tasba sibunniulayot ila tasba kay chibang nagayt isumaliok timing nit ukuno nga isumaliok tigiyaming nun sabak tigiyaming nun атангуяуюан nun тасватаамна тускиксарниарикпут qaannoq taimannalun taima aglaan taapkuat utimut qaipqartaujuksat atanguyaainnun sannayak taist taimanna uvani ajjigiktuksa uvani savaaptiuttaaq taimanna.
Thank you. Premier, would you like to respond?
I'll take that as a comment. Thank you for the agreement. I think it's shared by many members. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Whalen Armstrong? Thank you. Mr. Jericon?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just thinking on this subject here anyway. It is good to see that ECE and ITI and NWT Housing Corporation are working together to establish a working group, and I think it's a good idea that you start looking at working together. But what's missing there is what I don't see. There's Indigenous governments, and maybe if the Premier could maybe let me know, if we're going to do this, shouldn't we be working with the Indigenous governments on this? Thank you.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This mandate, the priorities were set by the Legislative Assembly, 19 members that are in this House. Also, the mandate was set by the GNWT, so it's not it's only an internal document for us as this Assembly. However, in saying that, I agree that it's really important to work with the Indigenous governments, and that's why we've started the Council of Leaders table. And in my opinion, one of the most progressive things we've done, not only the Council leaders, but also the modern treaty and the self-government tables that are looking at implementation of their agreements. Big part of those implementations are the economic feasibilities of those agreements. And so those discussions have started in this Assembly, and I'm hoping that they will last for forever, because I think you're right. It has to be all of us together to do this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jericon?
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your comments, from the Premier. The Housing Corporation is 50 years now. They're looking at celebrating a celebration coming up here soon, and I've been in this field for some time, and working in the communities going back to 1986 and Ford Resolution when we were building HAP houses, up to 1992 when Canada through CMHC decided not to build any more public housing and canceled the HAP program. But small communities are really dependent, on new construction, and the thing is that what's been happening now is that in the last number of years, the high cost of buying materials and labor and most recent, the COVID and the fires in BC have driven up the cost per square foot costs, and the communities really depend on this seasonal work, and I know it's been going back to, like I said, 1986 to the last number of years, and we got some good tradespeople out of the communities, and even including electricians, etc. So what's happening now is that we moved away from stick-built construction to buying modular homes now, and to even think about a modular home going to a community, it doesn't take long to drop a trailer in a community. You can walk out in 10 days to finish a unit. And what's the real benefit to the people in the community in terms of, if you say that we want to promote apprenticeship training, well, there's not much you could do in 10 days. Whereas, if you do one home, it could take you 3 months to build a home. If you do 3 units in one community, that's 270 days, I guess. So you got 9 months worth of work if you build 3 homes in a community. Then you can really look at promoting apprenticeship training, etc. So I just want to know, is this going to be the new norm now, moving away from stick-built construction to going with trailers now? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the Premier.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe that there's a couple of things I heard in there, and so I'm just going to take it and then I'm going to transfer it to a different minister, actually, is housing is one thing, and yeah, so I mean, years ago when we thought it would be cheaper to bring in modular homes, is that modular homes don't transport well to the far communities in the north, so that, it's not going to be a reality for that. However, you always have to do the balance. Is it, you can get 5 modular homes for $500,000 versus 1 stick-built for $500,000, and you got like a huge waiting list of people that need housing. So there's always that balance, jobs versus people and housing. But bigger than that is, having a housing program for 3 months and building 1 stick house in a community, that might answer it for a year, maybe 2 years. But I think ECE is doing some exciting work around community labour market development plans, and so if you'd allow me, Mr. Chair, I'd like for the Minister of ECE to talk a little bit about what those are about and what he sees coming from those. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Premier. Minister Simpson.
Thank you. And ECE does support communities, including community governments, so that includes Indigenous governments, in those communities to develop their community labor market development plans, and those contain a lot of information that we've talked a lot today about why we need information to make decisions, and that also allows us to provide funding based on those decisions. I will say we're also working with the Housing Corporation to better utilize the tradespersons that are employed by the Housing Corporation and the LHOs. This is something that the Minister and I have been speaking about since day one of this Assembly, basically. We have the SNAP program, I can never remember this acronym, I've always known it as the SNAP program, but it is a way for students to learn a trade, earn some money, and earn some credits all at the same time. And we are doing more to promote this program, and we want to promote it in small communities so that those small community students can learn those trades. We are also revamping the standards for the housing maintainer program, which the college hasn't offered for a couple of years, but that's also a program that's much needed in communities. And I will say that in terms of stick build and modulars, I know the Housing Corporation does a mixture, but even in regional centers where you might build some modulars, I know that there's a number of people from small communities who work on those builds, and I've seen it myself. So there are opportunities, and we want to take advantage of those as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jericon?
Yeah, I only got 3 minutes left, so I'll just a couple quick comments, I guess, and maybe a question. Yeah, you know, I appreciate your comments and thank you for your response on that from the Premier and also from the Minister of Education. And I understand the apprenticeship program and the programs that you're talking about because I used to be the chairman for the apprenticeship board once upon a time. But at the same time, you know, these trailers that are been purchased most likely come from down south, and you know, we have a northern manufacturer policy in place, and we should be promoting trailers from the north and built here in the north, because what's happening is that that way here you could really promote apprenticeship training in this area. Also, you know, Aboriginal governments in the north here really want to build capacity. You know, and I think maybe this working group should be working with Indigenous governments so that they could undertake a lot of these projects themselves, and because sooner or later it's going to happen anyway with land claims and self-government agreements, etc. So I just want to throw that out there, but I think we should be supporting northern manufacturers here in the north, also working with Indigenous governments and do a proper training program that way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Premier?
Mr. Chair, there's a lot of questions in that, and just kind of trying to figure out who to best to answer. I think I'll start with saying it's multifaceted. It's not as easy as that. The working group is done. That's one aspect of it. EC is doing things around regional plans. EIA is working with the Indigenous governments on their own economic achievements. And I kind of like that model because I always feel that it's not good to always have your eggs in one basket. The more that we branch out, the more flexibility. But I think that I'll take the chance because I did hear about the purchasing of modular units from down south. So I think I'll, if you're all right with that, Mr. Chair, I'll let the Minister of Housing talk about what she's doing with the modular houses homes that we're taking into the north. I'll use that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Chinna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when we had applied and received the federal funding, with that federal funding, we were to deliver modular units. And that was the criteria that was built into receiving those additional 30 units for that program. But what we had done as well too is we met with northern modular manufacturers as well too. So we were able to look at northern builds here in the territories. And one of the things that we've done with the corporation is we've done our best to try to keep that money spending here in the north and try to maximize on all that we can here in the north, but also emphasizing on the communities as well too, to keep the money for local employment as well. And modular units versus stick-built, obviously there is a dramatic price increase, but the Housing Corporation has looked at those builds and those opportunities to try to balance that out through the Northwest Territories. Right now, we have partnered up with one of the companies in the territories as well too. But the other thing that I've noticed is the Indigenous groups are partnering up with local businesses that are here in the north. And that is something that the Housing Corporation works with those Indigenous groups and works with those companies to making sure that we increase local employment as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Whalen Armstrong, one question, please. Thank you. Thank you. Premier?
Do you want it? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to transfer that to the Minister of ECE.
Mr. Simpson?
Thank you. I don't think we're going to be doing that at this time. We've seen a reduction in our travel budgets as well as our contract services are tight, and it is difficult to, we have to make some difficult choices. So we have many avenues where we work with Indigenous governments and communities, and we're going to continue to do that in the best way possible. But at this time, I can't commit to something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on increased employment in small communities? Seeing none, committee will move to pages 34 to 37. Make strategic infrastructure investments that connect communities, expand the economy, or reduce the cost of living. Questions? I don't see any questions. Mr. Jericon?
Yeah, thank you again. I guess overall, I mean, we've been talking about the high cost of living here in the Northwest Territories for some time, and anything and everything we could do to try and help save a dollar for our constituents and our people in the Northwest Territories will go a long ways. I mean, the other day I filled up my truck. It was like $250 now. I mean, 7 years ago it was like $85, and so everything's going up in terms of the cost of living here in the Northwest Territories. So I guess overall, last week I did talk about the reduce of the gasoline surcharge and similar to what they're doing in Alberta. That's going to take effect on Friday, and I guess I know there was some my response back from the Minister of Finance. I read it a few days later. I wasn't really too happy in terms of looking at how we're going to address this issue. But going forward, maybe the Premier could maybe what do you have on your radar in terms of how we could address the high cost of the fuel here in the Northwest Territories, and what are your plans for the next number of years in this area? Thank you.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do know that it is one of the issues that we will be addressing at the Council of Leaders coming up, because all of the premiers are experiencing that. We're looking at what we can do with the prices. However, I can't make a commitment on that. We spend a lot of money in this government, and at some point we're going to have to make hard choices, and so are residents. But I would like to turn it over to the Minister of Finance to see if she's got anything more that she can give to the Minister online. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister Wozniak? Thank you. Mr. Jericon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the Finance Minister's comments on that and the Premier. I guess when I think about this document here now, and even though it's 2 years old already, and going forward, I know we are working through COVID right now as we speak and concluding, and hopefully we could start focusing on the economy here in Northwest Territories and going forward. We already know the mining industry is you know, in the process of being winding down, reclamation, etc. But I'm just wondering if the Premier is thinking outside the box as well for the Northwest Territories to forge new relationships with Alberta, given that the Mackenzie Gas project that fell down back in 2014-15, you know, to really look at how we could build new relationships with the Alberta government to strengthen the economy here in Northwest Territories and oil and gas sector. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm always looking to build relationships with anybody that's willing to help us with our economy. However, in saying that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to remind members that we do have time for oral questions when we sit in the House, but this is actually a review of the mandate of these items, and that item was not in the mandate. So respectfully, ask me that question in the House so we can focus on this, try to get through this. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Out of respect.
Thank you, Premier. And that's a good point. We'll just stick to the items in this document. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'll in the House again, because the economy in Northwest Territories should be front and center. But overall, again, it's building relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier.
Agreed. Thank you.
Mr. Jericon? Are there any further questions? Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess sometimes there's examples in here where it's unclear what's happening. We supposedly are supposed to put the environmental assessment and the regulatory process for the Mackenzie Valley Highway in for fall 2023. And it says here, preliminary desktop field work and community engagement is advanced. There's some planning underway. I'm just wondering whether we believe we are on target for fall of 2023 making a submission for the Mackenzie, or the Slave Geologic. So I have these, well, I guess I want to know both of these. The Mackenzie Valley Highway is fall 2023, Slave Geological Province Coordinator is 2024. Are we on target for those regulatory applications? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Archie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in regards to the Mackenzie Valley Highway, maybe perhaps I'll start with that project. So we are still on track for 2022 developer assessment DAR submission. We are looking at, you know, there's a lot of work that's involved in order to put the regulatory process in place, and so we are still on target with that. Let me just see what we're at for the. So the department is working to develop some of the work plans to collect some of the environmental work on the engineering baseline data, and it is focused on advancing engagement with Indigenous groups as well. So on target for the SGP, and we hope to undertake some geotech and environmental and also Indigenous knowledge gathering this year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on make strategic infrastructure investments that can connect communities, expand the economy, or reduce the cost of living? Seeing none, committee, we will move on to pages 38 to 39. Increase economic diversification by supporting growth in non-extractive sectors and setting regional diversification targets. Questions? Seeing none, Committee will move to pages 40 to 41. Increase resource exploration and development. Questions? Seeing none, committee will move to pages 42 to 43. Reduce the cost of power and increase the use of alternate and renewable energy. Questions? Seeing none, committee, we will move to pages 44 to 45. Ensure government procurement and contracting maximizes benefits to residents and businesses. Questions? Seeing none, committee will move to page 46. Adopt a benefit retention approach to economic development. Questions? Seeing none, committee will move to pages 47 to 48. Improve early childhood indicators for all children. Questions? Seeing none, committee will move to pages 49 to 50. Advance universal child care by increasing availability and affordability. Questions? Seeing none, committee, we will move to page 51. Increase student education outcomes to the same level as the rest of Canada. Questions? Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is another one where I'm looking at Modernize the Education Act and review the education funding framework, and then I see it's in progress and will we continue beyond the 19th Legislative Assembly is what it says. Can I just get, I read that and I'm just a little confused what we're going to accomplish this assembly or when we think we'll get the Education Act. Can I get an update of when we expect a new Education Act and a new education funding framework? It seems that it'll clearly be work beyond this life of this assembly, but do we have any kind of timelines? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, I can't give a solid answer. I would have liked to get this done this term. I've said that many times. I can't lie about that. But the fact is that everyone was preoccupied for a couple years, and not just the government, but Indigenous governments. And when we went out to just discuss this topic, it was clear that everyone wanted to be involved. There had to be a significant level of involvement from teachers, from Indigenous governments, from different organizations. And so because of that, and because of the fact that we were stalled for a couple of years, we've had to concede the fact that this will take longer than this assembly. However, the plan right now is to get it done in two phases. The first phase I would like to see happen this term. I'd like this assembly to pass some amendments to the Education Act, and those would be much more technical in nature. They would fix some of the outstanding issues that we've seen over the past 25 years with the current Education Act. They would help facilitate information sharing, which we discussed earlier today, and clarify the roles of education DECs versus DEAs, which outside of Yale Life, it's a real issue. So there's a number of those more technical amendments that I would like to get done this term. We are working on developing an MOU through the Council of Leaders on this. And some Indigenous governments want to participate in that. Others haven't expressed interest. there's still some work to be done. I think some people don't want to do phase 1 and phase 2. They want to just do it all at once. But I'd like to see some changes because I expect that the full modernization won't happen until the end of the next assembly. And so for 4 years, at least if we can have some positive minor changes in place, I would like that. So, and the funding framework is dependent on the legislative framework. So while we have made some minor tweaks so far, and we hope to make some more tweaks to the funding framework by the end of this assembly, the real changes will happen next term. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on increased student outcomes to the same level as the rest of Canada? Seeing none, committee will move to pages 52 to 53, and before we start, we will break for supper. Pardon me? Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness to the kitchen. Out of the... We are on page 52 to 53, enable seniors to age in place with dignity. Questions? Ms. Nokelby?
Thank you. I apologize. Without having my spot, I'm just going to ask, one of the complaints that I'm hearing from seniors is around the processes of being reimbursed for issues and having to pay out of pocket first. And I apologize if this is actually not under the mandate, but I'm just going to ask because I can't find my page. Is there work to improve or change that policy towards making it less burdensome on seniors to get the money for their hearing aids or vaccines, et cetera? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Minister of Health and Social Services under the income assistance. Oh no, Minister Simpson maybe for income assistance, but I don't see a mandate on it. Do you want to take it?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to try to stick to the mandate though, Mr. Chair. So allow that.
Thank you. Who's taken? Minister Green?
Yeah, thank you. There isn't anything in this mandate that deals specifically with that issue. But I know from my own use of the extended health benefits that's how it works, that I pay and then I get reimbursed. It takes about 3 weeks. I can appreciate that for some people who have have a limited amount of income, that can represent a hardship. But at this point, I'm not aware that there are any plans to change that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nokelby?
Thank you. If I had to try to squeeze it in somewhere, I might say that it was in the program to help to tailor towards their programs, but I would be probably a bit of a stretch there. I guess I'm looking around the mandate item to help protect seniors from abuse or neglect. Having had an aging parent myself, I am aware of that type of scams and things that can happen. Can the minister speak to whether or not what sort of work is being done in third-party entities where we are providing funding to ensure that this type of abuse is not occurring? For example, I think of the long-term care facilities that may be operated by third-party entities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister Green?
Yeah, thank you. So those are two different questions. So the first question is, the answer is that the Department of Health and Social Services provides $100,000 a year to the NWT Senior Society to do the elder abuse awareness. And we're at a point where we're going to review whether there is more that we can do to raise awareness and combat elder abuse. So that's the one thing. There's one long-term care that is not government operated, but it's operated by contract to the government. And so there is a quality assurance complaint process in place so that if family members had any concerns about how elders were being treated in those facilities, they could start with the complaints process to make those concerns known. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nokelby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the Minister for the answer. I guess that sort of brings up the Senior Society. One of they would be obviously a large player in this mandate item. And I've noted that their executive director position is up for competition at this moment. Is the minister aware of perhaps any chance there may be a delay in that role and therefore impacting care for seniors or impacting the ability to carry out some of this work? I would imagine as an NGO, they also are not super well funded and don't have a ton of capacity, and I'm worried about whether or not they would have an issue with continuity of service and care if that position isn't filled once it's needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I am aware that the NWT Senior Society is looking for a new executive director. I don't know how soon they plan to do that or whether there is a transitional period with the current executive director. The Senior Society is really at arm's length from government, so if they ask for our help, we'll help them, but they manage their own affairs. And so that would be the case, as I say, unless the board members choose to ask us for help in some way. But they are funded with a number of different pots of money, and so they have their own board to make a hiring decision for the new ED. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nokelby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that the minister is open to helping them if they do need that. I guess my next question is around the employee training that's being provided in the last item or on page 53. Having, just with respect to that third party contracted long-term care facility, will they be part of that training program as well, even though they're not HSS itself? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Green?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we treat Avens as one of our own, if you will, where we've provided them with additional funding to manage the stresses and strains of COVID. We're assisting them with evergreening their equipment and so on. So it's not a stretch to think that if their staff wanted training that we were providing, that we would consider doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nokelby?
No, thank you. I'm good, Mr. Chair.
Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to double check that on page 52 it says that the NWT senior strategy is going to be developed by June 2022. That doesn't really leave a lot of time between now and then. I just wanted to check on whether we're still on schedule for that. Thanks, Mr. Chair. And look, I know that the minister was very passionate about this when she was on this side of the House. I just want to make sure that we allow for enough time to do a good job, not a quick job, and I'm sure the minister will agree with me on that. So, but I'd like to hear about that. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Green?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that the consultation on the senior strategy is going to begin in April, and it will last for a couple of months of having different kinds of consultation, online, in person, special meetings, and so on. It was my understanding that a What We Heard report would be developed and finished in June, and then the strategy itself wouldn't be ready until the fall. So I think there's my understanding and what's written here are not the same. So I am expecting to see it in the fall, and so that gives us about 4 or 5 months to do the consultation work and develop the strategy. And as is usual with these cases, we will engage regular members in the development of this so that they can provide their input on behalf of constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I feel more comfortable with the schedule outlined by the minister than what I read here. So, yeah, I think the objective is shared to do a good job, not a quick job. I guess, and I don't want to prejudge in any way what might come out of the strategy, but it might seem reasonable to expect that a number of the initiatives identified in this section could be wrapped up and be part of the strategy. Is that kind of a safe assumption? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Green?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I believe, Mr. Chair, that that is a safe assumption. One of the purposes of the senior strategy is to do a gap analysis and to come up with solutions to those gaps. So many of the priorities that are listed in this section of enabling seniors to age in place with dignity do represent gaps. So I would expect to see some version of them in the senior strategy when it's complete. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that response. And maybe the last line I have here is about there's supposed to be some sort of a new program. It's outlined on page 52, the second from the bottom row. Some new income assistance program that's tailored to seniors and persons living with disabilities, and it's supposed to be launched in 2023. I've heard about this now several times, so is there any progress that's being made here, and what sort of program are we talking about? Is this going to be through the tax system? Is it going to be a some sort of means tested or income tested, payments or direct deposits, or what is this going to be all about? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister Simpson?
Thank you, and the member is correct. He has heard about this many times before. This is in our original mandate, and I have been bringing it up time and time again. What this is separating people who are essentially out of the workforce, people we don't expect to go back into the workforce, from people who are in and out of the workforce. So income assistance has different types of clients. Some of those clients are able-bodied people who are in between jobs, who have fallen on hard times and who just need some assistance, and they will be on income support for a short amount of time and then off income support. And others are people who we don't expect to get back into the workforce. They've aged out of the workforce. They have situations that prevent them from working, and there's no need to treat those different groups of people alike. We expect that there would be less reporting requirements, different reporting requirements. We would look at different things that perhaps would be funded in different ways. So we really are looking at what are the needs of seniors and how do we better serve them through an income assistance program. We don't expect them to have income from a job that they're going to have to report on a regular basis, so why bother making them come in every month to report? So that's one example there. We also have a number of programs tailored for seniors, such as the Senior Citizen Supplementary Benefit, Seniors Home Heating Subsidy, and so on. And we're looking at ways to tie all of those in together. And what I would really like to do is, create this stream and separate it from income assistance in the sense that, it is there to assist people with their income, but it's not what people might consider to be welfare, which is really the negative connotation that the income assistance program has. And we don't want seniors to feel like that. We don't want them to be discouraged from accessing this programming. So those are some of my current thoughts on it. And progress is moving along nicely, and we fully expect this to be implemented April 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Okay, thanks. I appreciate the further detail there. Will we get some concrete options or proposals sometime soon to provide some feedback on? And, good to talk to the MLAs, but I think probably some sort of a discussion paper or options paper or something needs to be made available to the public. Is there more of a schedule or steps or communications plan or something that's available? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister Simpson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there was a discussion paper. It was sent out, and this was on the income assistance program, of which this would be, we are trying to extract a certain segment of that program and design a different program for them. So that was public. There was online surveys that could be done. There were paper surveys. We reached out to a number of current and former income assistance clients, as well as NGOs, Indigenous governments. So that has happened. There is a sort of a summary what we heard report in the works, and I expect that to be coming out in the near future. And I'm happy to keep the members apprised of progress through briefings and letters. I do my best to communicate when there is something worthy of communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, committee will move to pages 54 to 55. Increase food security through locally produced, harvested, and affordable food. Questions? Ms. Nokleby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at the item around the construction of the fish plant in Hay River, and it does say that the timeline originally is fall 2023, and then it says it will be completed in November of 2022. I just want to make sure that that is correct and it's not an error. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier?
Chair that to Minister Wozniak, ITI.
Thank you. Minister Wozniak? Thank you. Ms. Nokleby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sure that makes the chair of this committee quite happy right now. I think that's excellent. I note that there are a lot of, within the progress to date, comments around supportive development of the food industry, that recommendations are being reviewed currently by the department for a variety of things like the meat regulatory framework, as well as just developing the food production businesses. Can the Premier or the Minister speak to when we could start to expect to see some of this work start commencing? For example, the last item there, the review and amend the Northern Food Development Program, has a date of spring 2021 for the greenhouses and community gardens support. So I'm just wondering if we're going to actually see implementation this year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier?
Mr. Wozniak.
Minister Wozniak? Thank you. Ms. Nokleby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that is totally fine if the Minister wants to come back to me. I guess I'm just wondering when committee will start to see some of the recommendations and where the department is going with them. My next question is around the Working with Canada to increase the flexibility of the Nutrition North program to better serve NWT residents. I note that the recommendations were provided to Canada. However, it looks like the result has been more about just adding communities to the program, not actually looking to evaluate the program and see what changes need to be made. It is my understanding, or there is a perception, that the money that's being spent here is actually just going into the pockets of the sellers versus, actually bringing the cost of food down and the cost of nutritious food down for Northerners. So could the Premier or the Minister speak about where that's at, about the actual changes to the program and not just the addition of new communities? Thank you.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think that that having more communities added to it was something that we can't put aside as not important. It was one of the biggest issues when I went to Sigachik. Actually, it was brought up in that community that was one of the biggest issues, and so I was a strong advocate, and we did get Sigachik and other communities as well included into it. It is a federal program. What I can do is I will try, recognizing that I'm only one member, but I will try to see if I can get it onto the Council of Leaders agenda, and if they don't want to deal with it there, then maybe I'll just send out a questionnaire to the Indigenous governments and ask if there's other parts of the program that they would like changed. That I can do, because I work with the Indigenous governments and told them that we're all one when we go to the federal government, and I will carry their needs, so it's not a stretch for me to do that for them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I think that I would be surprised if you didn't get support from Indigenous governments to look at this program and do some real evaluation. I do understand that a lot of these programs and such are the feds, and they have their restrictions or their ideas, but yet again, it is our government's responsibility, cabinet's responsibility, to tell the feds why their programs don't work, just like, you know, constituents come to us to tell you why your programs don't work. So I think this is one where we really need to take it back to the federal government, that what they're doing is really just making people in places that are not the north rich. It is my understanding the address for some of the larger grocers is in Winnipeg or is in Manitoba, so it always struck me as interesting that they've made it onto BIP registries, etc. But then that brings up Walmart, so that's another whole story. Anyway, just more of a comment that I really think this is a broken program that needs to be, we need to push harder than just, you know, waiting for the feds to dictate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Premier?
I agree, Mr. Chair. Like I said, though, when I did do trips to the northern communities, most of them are northern communities. Communities that are off the grid don't have access or are eligible for it. What I heard was the communities wanted access to it versus complaining about it. So, but I can take it one more step further and ask that question, because I've also heard the complaint that you've said as well. I just haven't heard it from the communities themselves, but I'll ask. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Nokelby?
Yeah, well, if you're in a community that doesn't have it, of course they're going to want to opt into it, but are you asking the question in the communities that have it about how the satisfaction is? So to me, I wasn't presenting that as an either-or situation. Of course, we want to have as many communities getting funding and subsidy from the federal government that we can. However, that doesn't mean we can't work to improve the program and to really advocate for our communities. Also, too, we shouldn't be relying on the communities to tell us necessarily that this isn't working. I think that, yeah, it's upon us to ensure that our people have affordable fresh food. So more of a comment. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, it is a federal program. I'm willing to take feedback on it, but we have problems with our own programs. So a lot of times when we go in, we don't ask them everything. I ask them general, you know, what are your concerns? What do you want me to address? What do you want me to talk about? And then they bring those to me. I could spend the whole 4 years just asking about our own programs. So this one is about food security. It's something I care my heart about, and so I've made a commitment that I'll ask about a federal program to the communities. But like I said, it's not our program, so I'm willing to do it, though. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With respect, it's a mandate item. So to say that, I just find that to be a little bit sort of shunting the responsibility here. Again, if you've put it in the mandate, then you have an obligation to connect with communities and get feedback on that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely. Like I said, the mandate says that it is about recommendations for improvements to the Nutrition North. When we went and we talked, it was communities asking to get onto it. I've already made the commitment that I'll go further with that, Mr. Chair, so I'm not sure what more the member wants from me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Nokelby?
Just clarifying, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cleveland? Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so that food security is a concern for everyone in the North. No matter what your income is, it's one of the highest things that we spend our money on. It's just the reality of being here. And so when you're low income, it's even more dire. So I agree with that. There's different components. The Nutrition North program is about getting food. It's a federal government program. It's about getting food into the communities that don't have access to highway systems 24/7. And so that is a federal government, and that I took on, and when I asked, I mean, we got more communities on, that was a priority, and the first time in years that that's happened, so that's a bonus in itself. We also have other food security programs that happen. I know Minister Wozniak with ITI is working on the Northern Food Development Program, which is again in priority or with the federal government, the Canadian Agricultural Partnership with ITI and Agriculture and Agri-Foods Canada. So they tried to get that to align with legislative priorities and industry needs. Small-scale foods programs being rebranded as food security. We have ENR that works with Minister Thompson, working with getting traditional harvester support programs, like the Harvester Mentorship Program. There's a variety of programs that we're doing to be able to get food into people and of all kinds. The Nutrition North is about foods in grocery stores, and maybe it's not the right way. I can ask about that. However, we're also looking at different departments are looking at traditional foods as well. So it's as comprehensive as we can get it, and we're trying our best to be able to meet the needs of people in the NWT. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Cleveland? Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to deal with the Nutrition North, I don't believe it has to be at the federal table with all the cabinet. I think it's something that EIA can take on. It's something, like I said, I took on when I went to the communities and asked people about. That's how we got the other communities on. I've already made the commitment. I will go further with that work and ask them, that other issues that they have with the program and carry that back to the federal government. So I'll follow through with my commitment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Cleveland? Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not seeing it on the list of mandates, but I will turn it to the Minister of ECE to see if he has anything he wants to add to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I know that ECE, we are not part of this mandate commitment, but humbly, I think that ECE does more for food security than anyone through the Income Assistance Program. We ensure that people can have food on their plates. To answer the member's specific questions, inflation, cost of living increases are not automatically included in income assistance year after year. That is an initiative that the department has to go and seek funding for. It is not something that is done automatically. I don't believe that is done automatically for most of our programs. But as with most things in the department, it is under review, and we are looking at the funding that we provide, and we are looking at the new market basket measure that's proposed for the North, and perhaps tying it to those numbers that are being used by the federal government. So there are options, and we are looking to address the issues raised by the member, but not today. They're not happening today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cleveland? Thank you. Minister Simpson?
Thank you. I just shared the information I have to share at this point, but as the income assistance review continues, I will happily keep members informed, and I've committed earlier to this exact same thing, actually. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cleveland? Thank you. Are there any further questions on this section? Seeing none, committee will move to pages 56 to 57. Increase the number and variety of culturally respectful, community-based mental health and addiction programs, including aftercare. Questions? Seeing none, committee will move to page 58. Increase the number of resident healthcare professionals by at least 20%. Questions? Seeing none, committee will move to page 59. Create a polytechnic university. Questions? Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, one of the conversations I had early on about the Polytechnic was that in Yellowknife, it doesn't necessarily need to be Aurora College. I think if you took Dechinta, the Mine Training Society, College Nordique, the Center for Circumpolar Health, and the millions of dollars that Laurier and other universities spend here, and you put them all together, you would have a university without doing anything, essentially just co-locating groups who are already doing extensive research. So I just wonder if the minister could update any conversations he's had with those other kind of partners about bringing them into the fold. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Premier?
ECE.
Minister Simpson?
Thank you, and I think the member is greatly oversimplifying what a university is. It's more than just a collection of different research groups and educational facilities. There are quality standards that need to be met, minimums of research, and all of these different types of things. But I get what the member is saying. There is we are seeing a robust post-secondary environment develop in the Northwest Territories, and the GNWT is supporting that not only through the transformation of the college, but with the Post-Secondary Education Act. And there is strong communication, especially between College Nordique, Aurora College, and Dechinta. They have an MOU. They work together. They have good relationships, and it hasn't always been that way. It took some effort, but I can say that there are solid relationships between those organizations. The GNWT also, conducts research. It requires research to be done, and not always through the college. So there's discussions about how we can strengthen that relationship as well. So yes, all of that work is happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad to hear that, and I think, perhaps sometimes, some of these southern universities, they come up and they do a bunch of work on the tundra or the ice caps, and we never see them. So I think they're both through the university and perhaps the oversimplifying of putting them together, we can capture some of the economic benefits. My other question, though, I wanted to ask about is programming. I know that the department has released essentially the higher level areas of which the Polytechnic will focus on. But I'm wondering when we will kind of get some specifics about new programs and what they're going to look like. And I guess I'll note if you ask the lawyers, they want a law school. If you ask the journalists, they want a journalism program. And if you ask the mining companies, they want a geologist or a geology program. So everyone out there has an opinion on what the university should be. But I think some hard decisions have to be made. And so I'm just wondering on what we expect and decisions on new programs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister Simpson?
Thank you, and that is going to be an ongoing discussion. So the member's right. People want the college to be everything to everyone. I go around the territory and I talk to people and they say, we need more locally trained teachers. We need more locally trained RCMP officers. We need more locally trained, pick your profession. Everything from furniture movers to doctors to anything you can think of. People want those people trained in the Northwest Territories. And the fact is that at some point we have to rely on schools outside of the territory to do some of that training because we can't do everything for everyone. There is, of course, the review of the social work and education programs that are, essentially pretty close to being something that can be discussed publicly and it can be responded to by the college and the department. And so the work to, if those come back in different forms, the work to implement things like that has to happen. The work to ensure that we're offering all of the trades that the college has traditionally offered and can continue to offer. The work to ensure that the programming we're offering now is robust. So there's a lot of work to be done with what we're doing and what has been done in the past. And when we talk about new innovative programs, we're still looking some years off in the future. We want to start developing our own degree programming, but that is a lot of work. I mean, the amount of work it really is I think a lot more than people anticipate. And so we need to focus on doing what we can and not stretching ourselves too thin. And that goes for everything in government. And the longer I'm here, the more I realize that we really need to pare down what we're doing and focus. And the same is true for the college. And so I'm sorry, it's a long-winded answer, and I don't know if I answered anything. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see here that we kind of changed the capital plan to be an overall facilities plan, which, is going to be very large, looking over multiple years. And then I think the goal is to be able to take that and bring it to the federal government, and hopefully they're going to give us just a whole lot of infrastructure money and build new campuses and new buildings across the territory. My question is, can the minister speak to in this planning that's being done, whether we are considering the need for more housing, both for student and faculty? I believe, the Fort Smith campus is long overdue for new housing, but, the University of Yukon University, as an example, is about 6,000 students. Even if we get half as successful of what they're doing, that would double the population of Fort Smith. We wouldn't be able to house the students. So I was just hoping the minister could speak to, whether we are prioritizing the need to essentially build more housing if we want to make this successful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Simpson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so what the facilities plan is, it's essentially a capital plan, but it's long-term. We need to look at all of the campuses as well as the community learning centers, and we want to make sure that we're starting from a place, we want to make sure we have a plan from the get-go. And that ensures, we want to ensure everything is integrated, everything works together. And I actually just had my first meeting with the contractors who have been going out and speaking with communities and Indigenous governments and the college to do this work. And it was pretty exciting what they're coming back with. And much like the comments the member had, I spoke at length about the need for housing. I know that sometimes we can't fill one position in a community because there's nowhere for someone to stay. And we don't want to set ourselves up for failure. We don't want to say in 10 years, well, we should have had more room on this campus for housing. So I have been driving that point home to the point where I'm sure they were tired of hearing it, but I take the member's point because I've been, in my portfolios, that issue it's a live issue, and it's holding up the growth of the territory. So yes, I'm well aware of that, and I'm pushing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm very happy to hear that. And, I've even at the scale that Aurora College is operating in now, I've heard that concern that people struggle to find housing, whether they're at the Inuvik, Yellowknife, or Fort Smith campus. I guess my last question is, we're doing this facilities plan, which is essentially a capital plan. We will hopefully get some big dollars out of the federal government to build buildings, but, I would welcome the minister's thoughts on how we are going to find the programming money, because clearly to take the step, as the minister's pointed out, which is very complicated to establish a university and make sure it has academic freedom and lots of exciting research opportunities that will actually attract, faculty from across Canada, we're going to need a lot more programming money, and the Aurora College budget line item is going to need to grow. So I'm just hoping the minister could speak to the work being done, or his vision of how we actually, at the end of the day, get that programming funding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister Simpson?
Thank you. The question of how we're going to afford all this, it's a big one. And right now, from what I can tell, many aspects of the college are funded arbitrarily by the GNWT. There is no formula by which we fund the college. And so one of the key steps that we're taking is developing a formula. So we actually know how much things cost, and we know how much we should be funding for programs, and we know how much we should be charging students for programs. Another key aspect is increasing the student body, whether that is students from the territory, students from outside of the territory, or international students, which are key to successful universities around Canada. So those are the steps that we're going to have to take, and the government at some point will also have to ask itself, how much do we want to spend? Is our labor shortage at the point where it's worth investing in these programs, and to what extent? And so that type of work has to be done. But if the member wants to know exactly where I'm going to get this money, or how we're going to pay for this, that's all yet to be determined. But it is a commitment in the mandate to make sure that we advance this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marcellus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was quiet for so long. I promised you I wasn't going to say anything. But, I'm happy that my colleague here thinks that everything is going to be coming to Yellowknife again, but I'm sorry, the headquarters is going to be in Fort Smith, and the president will be located there, and, we've already started the transition. We have a lot of incredible staff at the college already in all three campuses, and building on all three campuses with the headquarters in Fort Smith is the one thing I want to mention is about the college facilities. Of course, Fort Smith has the old residential school complex that is a major problem, and I think you saw that when you came to Fort Smith, and the people. There's a lot of people that would like to have that upgraded as one of the first steps in the capital plan, because we got to get rid of that old residential school. I've been involved with the Aurora College for many years, from 1970, I think it was, till it was about 40 years. And I remember when the students were, there was lineups for 375 students at all three meals every day. 365 days of the year at the beginning. What happened here is that there was, for the amount of population we have, we've got to decide where the main courses are going to be and all these things, because if you think you're going to, you have to look at the dollars, and you can't divide three courses into three different campuses, because that doesn't work either. And that's what happened with that, with the way the college went. But I'm very pleased to say that the people at the college are, all the staff working there, including the administration. I just want you to commit, Mr. Chair, to the minister to commit that he would come to Fort Smith and meet with the mayor and council, and meet with the staff at the college with the preliminary plans, so that they all know where everything stands. Because I think I read everything, but a lot of stuff I can't share because I'm limited, right? So it'll be just nice to reinforce those. And you could do it at this college here, and you could do it in Inuvik. But we have to have some discussion also with the communities that the main campuses are in. And with that, that's all I have to say. I'm just very happy that the headquarters is going to be in Fort Smith. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister Simpson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I've said that many times that we're not going to build a new headquarters. We have one, so why bother? However, I will say that we obviously need infrastructure in all the communities. In Yellowknife, it's clear that you wouldn't know there was a university, there was a college here. You kind of have to know where it is to know that it even exists. And we have there's a real housing shortage here as well, and so we need to ensure that there's adequate facilities here. Of course, as the member points out, Brainerd Hall is one of our priorities for replacing. It's one of the big infrastructure projects that we have identified as being at the top of the list. In terms of the courses for the different campuses, I hear many times that we need every program in every community, and to some extent we do need to make education more accessible. We need it at people's doorsteps, but with the members correct, we can't split every program between every campus, and every campus is going to have its specialties, and we have to ensure that they are robust in their own rights. And yeah, I will also commend the staff of the college. Early on, a lot of the planning was done by the GNWT for the transformation, but the bulk of the work has now been taken over by the college, and college staff are driving the transformation, and they are responsible now for the transformation. And I know there's some really passionate committed people who are doing that work on top of the other work that they would normally be doing at the college. So this is above and beyond what they're doing. So I did make a trip to Fort Smith, and unfortunately no one was working. It was the break, but I will be back at some point to speak to staff there. And I know that the president, he conveys that message to them as well about their importance and the priorities that we have. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marcellus. Ms. Cleveland. Thank you. Are there any further questions? Seeing no further questions, committee, do you agree that you have concluded consideration of Minister Statement 202-19 bracket 2 and table document 567-19 bracket 2 annual status report 2019-2023 mandate of the Government of the Northwest Territories? And thank you, Premier, and ministers, and members, and staff. What is the wish of the committee, Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm sure we could clear some of these other items from the agenda. No, more seriously, Mr. Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress. Merci.
There is a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor, raise your hands. All those opposed, raise your hands. Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. Thank you.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole member for Haver South?
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Bill 23, Bill 29, Minister Statement 202-19 bracket 2, table document 561-19-2, table document 567-19 bracket 2, and would like to report progress that MS 202-19 bracket 2 and TD 567-19 bracket 2 are concluded, and Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Do we have a seconder? Member for Range Lake. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Wednesday, March 30, 2022, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for the first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Bill 48, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, bills 23, 29, 39, 41, table document 561-19-2, committee report 26-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, March 30th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.